Hey everyone, welcome to That Pedal Show. Dan here.
Jonny here. Hello.
Perfect. Very big day today. I've been waiting for this day for years, actually.
You have been talking about a guitar for 2 decades, probably. Coming here.
Oh boy. Okay.
Well, I'm saying you'll love one of these guitars. Got to get one day.
Yeah. But the order actually went in
Probably 2 years.
2 years ago.
Yeah.
There we go.
So
Today is the first day of Jonny building my guitar. For any of you that remember, when Jonny refretted Red and Blue, the Italian Strat, a couple of years ago, and while I was filming, I picked up a guitar that I always pick up whenever I come here. Just as an aside,
I'm getting used to Frank Gimbali, by the way.
Frank
Anyone who's getting annoyed at my camera work, it's because I'm getting used to Frank Gimbali.
for years I've been coming here and lusting over this guitar. It is absolutely divine. Anyway, I'm ordering one. I've given in. I'm going to order one.
have you discussed this with your wife?
That's a question a guitar maker should never ask.
How long does it take to build a guitar like this?
You will wait just over 2 years,
Okay.
I'm afraid.
So we shall follow its progress.
And that is the rosewood back and sided version of the Kingsdown model.
Okay. So tell me a bit about this guitar.
Well, size-wise, it is based on a Martin OM,
Right.
which was an instrument Martin company made in about 1929, I believe, if I can remember my history correctly, for a banjo player. All the guitars used to have the body joining the neck here.
Right.
The banjo players at that time wanted more frets
Okay.
to whittle around on more, so Martin redesigned the shape of guitars slightly to accommodate that,
Right.
and it's got the longer scale length rather than the shorter scale length, i.e. 25.4 rather than 24.9,
Right.
and it's a medium body size. It's 15 inches across here, which is the same as the Martin, and this dimension here is the same as the Martin. The body depth I've probably increased by a couple of millimeters,
Right.
and the outline I've changed as well.
Okay.
I didn't want to ever copy them exactly,
Sure.
but it's sort of effectively looks similar. But if you line the two up, you'll find that curve there is moved out by 1/4 of an inch. That curve there is moved in 1/4 of an inch.
Oh, okay.
The reason and the waist has been moved that way by maybe as much as 1/2 an inch. I can't remember. And the idea was to get the bridge more in the middle of that resonating
area.
diaphragm.
Yeah.
The thing becomes more efficient if that bridge is bang in the middle of that, which it is on a 12 fret neck guitar, but
Right.
14 fret neck guitars obviously
Oh, I
everything
see.
gets pulled out
Yeah,
that way,
right.
so you get a better balance out of a 12 fret neck guitar, but everybody wants the extra access.
Yes, of course.
So
So how long have you been making this model for?
these I started making in about 1982, I think.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So
Okay. So what's going to happen is we're going to follow the progress of this build. We're going to start by picking some wood, I believe.
yeah, we picked some wood up. I can show you different woods that you could have used.
Okay.
But people, the common woods anyway. I'll run
Right.
you through some bits of timber and say, hey,
Awesome.
look, here are some various options. This is the rosewood that you've chosen. The previous guitar was Brazilian mahogany.
Right. Okay.
So
So what's going to happen is I'm going to film as much of the build as I can. How long does it take to build a guitar?
well, it'll take 2.5 months from start to finish.
Okay.
I should think.
Jonny will explain what's going on, as the guitar progresses, and at the
Yeah.
very end, I shall have one of these of my very own. Now, I just want to say, I'm paying Jonny full price. Jonny hasn't given me any discount. He's certainly not knocked off any waiting time for me. So it's all as it should be.
Yeah,
I'm a massive fan of Jonny's work, have been for years. Jonny's the only guy I will let look after my guitars. And so just genuinely excited about having you build my guitar, but showing people the process.
Yeah, that's a good thing to do. Good thing to do.
Definitely.
I'd love to share this stuff. So,
all right, I'm really excited. So let's get started with some wood, shall we?
yeah,
All right.
yeah.
All right, Jonny, talk to me about wood.
Okay, wood. Well, if you have a look on the bench here, I've assembled you a few samples of different sorts of timber that you might make a guitar out of.
When we're looking for a piece of timber for the soundboard, what are we looking for? So what are you looking for specifically?
Well, that the grain is nice and straight. Usually, you're usually looking for pieces of timber that have come out of a tree that's split. Which, how do I explain that? And of course that it's quarter sawn, which I can explain as well. But if you look at that offcut there, that's the offcut of some soundboards that too small for a soundboard. I'll use it for strut wood. So the soundboards will come out of a tree, like if the tree was standing here.
Yep.
This is how they'd be cut into logs like that and then split down there like you were chopping firewood, splitting firewood. That way you know you've got the grain running through the timber,
yes,
rather than jumping up.
Oh, okay,
out.
yes.
It's going to be a lot stronger, and you can see by the way there's splits on the edge of here,
right,
that it's come from that way of cutting.
Right.
So it's a much higher way of producing a strong piece of timber. It's a much more expensive and wasteful way, you can argue.
Right.
But and only the best bits will do it. If it's a twisted piece of log or spiraled, you try and split it, it won't create a flat surface.
Okay.
So all these tops will come off a section of timber that's part of a tree trunk, split, and then they start slicing it into slices. Bizarrely, even though it's wide, it's still very stiff. Okay. So we're looking for pieces that are split, quarter sawn, which means the grain's standing up on end. Again, you can probably see that better on there.
Oh wow! Yeah.
Because if it's cut out of the tree like this, the grain's running around in circles like that, isn't it?
Yep.
And then you end up taking the slices off that. The grain is always going to be standing up perpendicular to the face of the plank of wood. And again, that's the more expensive way of producing timber. It's more stable is why you do it. So basically the straighter and the more quarter sawn it is, the more stable you're going to get a piece of wood.
Specifically for a soundboard?
Well, no, for all woods on the back of all woods that guitar's made of. The thing's so thin, slices of timber, that it needs to be as strong as it possibly can be.
Right.
Whereas if you're making a tabletop or a bench or a chair, you can get away with, a lot more.
So
a
the
few
sides
knots
of the
in
guitar
it.
is still quarter sawn?
The sides are quarter sawn, the back's quarter sawn. The neck's quarter sawn mostly.
Okay.
The neck's mostly quarter sawn.
Right.
Fender necks traditionally were slab cut.
Yep.
Which is the grain going
Yep.
the other way or at 45 degrees. If you make a Fender neck quarter sawn with the grain standing up, it'll make a stiffer neck.
Yes.
Which you can argue a Fender enthusiast will go, well, that's probably not quite the right Fender sound. It'll make the neck stiffer and maybe make it even brighter, but it's going to make it stronger.
Wow.
For certain.
Okay, so what are we looking at for my guitar?
Right, then the other timber I use mostly is good old Sitka spruce. Now this stuff will have come from Alaska.
Oh wow!
Right, and it's my favoured timber because it's still expensive, but it's reasonably priced.
Right.
And I like the sound it gives.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of cedar tops because it doesn't grow and mature. Whereas the spruce top just gets better and better and better the more you play it. And it's slightly more durable when you're actually building a guitar as well, which I like. The cedar's so fragile, you can put a dent in it incredibly easily.
Right.
So these are different grade pieces of wood. I mean, the wood yard's graded that as an A grade piece, but there's kind of nothing. Okay, it's going wobbly here, but make a smaller instrument out of it, and that's not, included. But that would be why it's not such a posh grade.
So what are the grades?
Well, the grades, different timber yards will grade things differently, but they generally use A's and multiples of A. So it's A is a lower grade,
Right.
AA, then AAAA, and then AAAA plus, and then finally they might go to master grade.
Right.
But
Like Canadian GCSEs.
is that right? Is that right?
Right.
Here's something else that we need to build your guitar, and that's the mould it's going to get built in. So
And you've been using this mould since the 80s?
I think I made that in 1982, I think.
Wow.
And it's called the Kingsdown model, which is all the guitar models here are named after districts of Bristol.
Oh, well.
And we're in the Kingsdown district.
My guitar,
Yeah.
where are the bits for that?
Your bits are downstairs in a drying cabinet. We can
Oh, wow.
Right, I just want those 3 pieces.
Yes! That is so cool. So are these book matched?
These are, because all of these pieces of timber, I forgot to tell you that earlier. These will come out of the tree. Here's the tree.
Right.
So it's and then these 2 pieces are separated.
I
So then you've got the
see.
pattern matching. Yeah?
Yeah.
So the same thing with the back. So the tree again will have been growing here. Here's the tree.
Mm-hmm.
And then that slice, quarter sawn, and then the pattern opens up.
Oh, wow.
Right, like that.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
likewise the sides. So there we go, like that, and that swirly bit at the end, we'll lose that because
Okay.
it's far too long, and we'll lose that little bit of swirl as well. So the next job is gluing these together. So get those out of the way. What one does is you observe with this template. This is your guitar shape, and we're going, okay, this is sufficiently big for your shape of guitar. Likewise with the back, we'll be going, okay, we'll have it possibly that way round.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Rather than that way round, or I don't want it that way round.
Right.
This bit of this bit of timber is better than that edge, so that goes in the middle. As the grain's got a little bit wider, so that's going to be the middle, and it's that way round. Sometimes the bits are so straight grained you can't tell one from the other.
Wow.
But we'll look at that and decide which. But that's definitely the middle, and that's definitely the middle on that. So what I'm trying to do is make that join in the middle. At the moment you've got great big gap.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want that, so we've got to make that perfect fit. And the way that's done is by doing this. Still a gap in the middle. You see that little line?
Oh, yeah.
Still not there. So go down to one piece. Try that. There we go.
Wow. That is so cool.
So basically wood glues only work if there's no gap. Going caveman's clamp. So if you take that out of there, you're putting this into a smaller space. And that
Oh,
creates
wow.
pressure.
That is awesome.
You see?
That's very clever.
I'm sure a caveman invented it. And the paper is sitting here to stop the whole thing sticking.
Yes, of course.
And paper's better than using a piece of polythene because it'll absorb some of the moisture. Abracadabra. That's all level. And then on top of that, stick that in that.
You're just squeezing out excess.
I'm just making sure it's flat, just in case it decided to cockle, which I don't think it was, but I just do it just in case.
Sure.
Because I can. So that's that one. That is going to get chopped up in little segments and glued together into
Oh,
that,
wow.
you see, and that's how I prepare a neck, and that will then also eventually get chopped into that. You see, roughed out into
Oh
that.
my goodness, look at that.
So that's the stages of neck production for me. So
Fantastic. What are we doing today?
right, what we're doing today is we're going to bend the sides.
Oh my God.
So look, here we go. There's your sides. So last time you looked at these, they were rough and ready.
Yeah.
So I have thinned them down, so now you can see they're
Yep.
much thinner, and I've shaped them to an appropriate depth that I want. At the moment they're parallel all the way along.
Right.
Eventually they'll get a taper off. That little mark at the end here, the little nick off the end, that gives me their orientation.
Okay.
So I know that's that corner, and they're book matched, as you can see. Here's that's how they would have been
Aha.
cut.
Check
So
that out.
they're twins.
Right.
So again, here's the tree, and this would have been growing like that. So the grain lines are perpendicular,
Right.
and then you get two consecutive slices that get opened up, and you've got a matching pattern,
Amazing.
which is most obvious at the bottom there, because but most of that will disappear. So these are longer than I need them to be.
Okay. Right.
But that depth there is about the depth that the side will be. It'll allow for a little bit of trimming. Okay. That is just boiling water. And I like to soak them. To stick together. Now all these different woods behave differently, and everybody's got different theories as to whether certain bits of wood like to bend wet or dry,
Right.
you know, but I can tend to stick with what the pattern that you've fallen into. You go, well, this works for me,
Yeah. Yeah.
so I'll stick with it. So I generally do this to all bits of timber.
When you're bending them.
Yeah, pre-bending them.
Yeah.
So it's amazing the amount of abuse the piece of timber that's just over 2 millimeters thick can handle. You know, you pour it in boiling water, stick it on this thing here. This is the bending iron. This is the most important bit. So that's hot. You see?
Wow.
And then I want a damp rag, so that gets stuck in there. So those need to sit. They need to cook for simmer on a low heat for I don't know, a few minutes. Nothing's very accurate in here. But it's one. We'll do one side and then we'll do the other side, and the second side's obviously got a lot more soaking than the first side. Does that make any difference? I can't tell. Which are side bending straps, and I've just made these out of sheet copper with 2 bits of wood at the end, and that we'll use on here with the side and the wet rag in between,
Oh, okay.
and that basically keeps the heat in.
Right.
And it supports the timber on the outside, but
Okay.
basically it keeps the heat in, which makes it hotter, and that means it's going to bend more easily.
Right.
And I've got a short one for the waist, and I've got a longer one for the longer bends.
Right.
So I always start with the waist. So I don't know why, but I've always started with the waist, so I'll continue to start with the waist. Right, okay, here's the side, and we're going for this left hand side as you look at the guitar first.
Okay.
And you can see I've made a little mark here. That is the waist
Right.
position, and that gives me a little bit of spare at that end and a little bit of spare at the other end.
Okay.
So I get this damp rag, lay it on, and so I can see I've put a little mark on the edge of the side so I can see where I'm aiming for,
Right.
and then with a bit of luck we get a bit of steam if we've got heat enough up. Maybe we haven't got enough heat going yet. I've had it sitting on low, but basically if you warm it and steam it, it will eventually become more flexible, but it's not very hot yet, so I only had it on half power, so we'll leave it a bit longer to get warmer. But you can see it's starting to, but so I'm pressing here, but you give it too much force and you'll snap a piece of wood in half. So yeah, you go gently.
So you bend that until it fits.
Fits that side, yeah, and because the bending iron's not quite hot enough yet, I'll just put that back in the water. Yes. I'm trying to go, is it hot enough if it pops off? But see, it does appear to be warm, but give it just another minute or two and it'll. Let's go. Get that out of the way. And some bits of wood want to bend more easily than others.
Right.
Some bits are really chewy, so maybe this is just a chewy bit. And some bits of wood, quite a lot of them, like bending one way more easily than the other way. You know? So you go, this was a really hard waist to bend on this side, and then on the other side it goes easy. And then on the top bout, on both bits, it's vice versa. So we're basically we're getting there. So we eye up the mould, and if you overbend, you can unwind it. And the bit of wood tends to want to unwind anyway.
Right.
And then some bits of wood like unwinding more than others.
Of course.
So rosewood actually is one of the better woods of staying put, whereas maple you bend it and it just wants to spring back to where it was again, or halfway back. So you tend to overbend all the curves so that when it springs back, it's where you want it to be.
So that mark, that's
mark is going to be the
here.
waist.
So
Yeah.
this way it's there, right?
So I'm coming up here now, and I'm going, okay, how near is that mark?
Oh,
And
wow.
I'm going, let's go a bit further.
Right.
Let's go a bit further. So let's get the damp rag out.
Okay, because of course it dries the wood out, right, while you're doing this.
Yeah, it's drying the timber out. And when it cools off, it tends to, yeah, when the wood's cool, again, it'll stay put. While it's still hot, it's likely to bend.
Right.
So you'll see me wafting it around in a minute, trying to cool it. Kind of waft it in the air and try to cool it off. And you can see it's dried out. You can see, here's the wet stuff.
Yeah.
Here's the dry edge. And you can see it's very slightly scorched. If the iron gets too hot, it'll burn it.
Right.
And when you're bending wood like maple, of course it scorches it beautifully, which you've then got to scrape off in the process. And this is the bit that everybody who starts making guitars finds the hardest, I think, to make a smooth curve. So until these bending irons appeared, it was quite difficult. So this is me cooling it down again, and you get such aching hands doing this. Now I'm a bit aged. Because the amount of force you're putting on here is quite a lot.
Right.
So a nice bit of warmth helps. So you can see that now fits that shape there.
Oh, wow.
And that me little nick on here, that's telling me that that's the bit that's going up here on the guitar. You see?
I
So that's
see.
going to be, that's what I'm aiming for.
That is so cool. Wow, it's actually looking like the body of a guitar.
Yeah, so I'm going right off of that up to there and go, okay, it needs more bending there. I always think this kind of equates to a potter's wheel, where you get this lump of clay and throw it into this magical process. Suddenly the lump of wood is transformed.
Oh my goodness.
So that's not quite right, but what we do is, here's these high-tech waste expanders. Everything's nice and low-tech in here. So I'm going to hold that there, and then I start the other side. So and I'll go backwards and forwards
Right.
between the two. So then this is the other one. Get rid of the excess water there. So what you've got to make sure is you get them the right way round in terms of the bend,
Yeah, right.
so that little nick there
Matches the neck
matches
and
the
the
nick
yeah,
there.
yeah,
It's very easy to do it like that,
Yeah.
or like that,
yeah.
if you're not paying attention, and I will try to pay attention. Here are the sides in the guitar,
Wow.
So-
Check that out.
so they're gonna settle down for a couple of days.
So you leave that in there just to.
I just want to, yeah, tomorrow I'll get them out and go, does it need tweaking or not. You know, it will settle. You know, I just want to let them settle down. You know, they've been through quite a punishing ordeal. So then the next thing would be put a couple of blocks on. These are just random blocks, but it gets top block stuck on here and the bottom block stuck on here. That's how the two sides get together.
Oh right, okay.
And then when that's glued on, then we get some of this kerfling material will get stuck on around the edge here. See, like that. So and that gives us the surface for gluing the soundboard and the back on.
And what's the kerfing made of?
That's made of recycled Brazilian mahogany. You can see a screw hole's gone through here, so that bit will get missed out. But and these are recycled. That's part of an old snooker table. That piece is. As is that piece. You know,
Okay.
here's an old screw hole.
Well, can I have old snooker table in my guitar, please?
Yeah, we'll have old snooker, the old Brazilian snooker table,
Wicked.
Brazilian mahogany snooker table. Everything's recycled. So here we are
Oh wow.
with
Oh
the
my
back
goodness.
that was joined together last time, wasn't it?
Yep.
So I've now thinned it down. So that is the soundboard with the outline centre line drawn on, and then I've sealed it with a bit of shellac, and this is where the sound hole is going to go. That's the centre, and those are the edges. So the shellac's there to make a crisper cut for the little miniature router bit
Right.
that does that.
Oh, how cool.
And then this, so there's that's the soundboard,
Right.
and that's the back.
So this back, is that from the same tree as the sides?
No,
It's different.
no, I don't think that ever happens.
Right.
I think the people that import these timbers over here or over to maybe Germany before they come over here, they'll get a pallet of backs and a pallet of sides.
I see.
And they kind of sort them through and go, oh, that bit's about the right colour.
Right.
That's about the right grade. Look, there's the set.
So you actually put the rosette in before you cut it.
Before I cut it out, this yes. So the next process is to clamp it on the bench, and because we don't have time for all this today, I'll show you this. We're going to use some of these and some of those, and we're going to use this tool. So this is a baby electric motor.
A little Dremel.
Well, it's not a Dremel. This bit's Dremel, but this bit is another brand, Minicraft.
Okay.
These are all the little bits we use for this next process. So some nails, and we'll be using the 2mm one first. So that's a tiny little
Oh, the router bit.
router bit,
Wow.
which kind of has a down cut pattern,
Right.
so it shears the timber when it's cutting.
Right.
So it gives us a cleaner edge. So this all goes together in my half Dremel, half Minicraft hybrid machine. And then that goes into here, like so, and then very carefully you adjust the depth of that, and we'll stick a nail in the middle of here, and that's the pivot.
That's your pivot. Oh,
And then
okay.
And then this adjusts out, in and out.
Right.
So that then does, and it just works like on a compass, like so.
Right.
And then when we've routed these little channels that are the same size as these pieces of material. So that's the white stuff in the middle is timber, and then the outside blacks are fibre.
Right.
That helps them bend more easily.
Oh, okay.
Here's one I made earlier. You see, so those are the two fat strips.
Right.
In a ring, and then this is the
That's just on the outer.
That's the outer size one, the thin one. And you can see they join at the top here. And you go, well, that's a bit messy. You see, you'll have a fingerboard sitting over there like that.
Oh, yeah, right.
So it just hides that little bit of the join.
Oh, very good.
So it has to start and stop somewhere. So
this is my fingerboard, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is ebony.
This is ebony, but it's, as you can see, it's not jet black, which doesn't make it worse. Just makes it more interesting.
Okay. That's what they say about me.
You can see by the time it's
still lovely.
It's been oiled and fretted. You hardly see that grey or brown. And I like the fact that it's got a bit of
character in it.
Bit of colour, bit of character in
yeah.
it. So there's your sides in the mould. So top block and bottom block are on. So all I need to do now is stick this kerfing material on this bit here. So that's what we can do first off. Okay, so I want to go around about a foot of that, I think. Let's go to there. And this ought to work. So this little bit supports this steep bend. If I can move that. Another one in there maybe. Right. An awful lot of the process of building guitars is stick it on proud, trim it back.
Right.
These will have been stuck on proud, trimmed back.
Yes.
Like the front and the back are stuck on proud and trimmed back. And these are here to increase the gluing area, basically, for to join the soundboard to the sides.
Right.
You couldn't just glue a soundboard onto a little surface like that. Now we've got a 7 mils worth of gluing surface, which will make it possible, basically.
Sure.
And you're basically looking to see that your glue's squeezing out everywhere. And if the glue's squeezing out, you know it's a good fit. And these are special clothes pegs. They're not your average
Not your average clothes
They're
pegs.
not your average domestic clothes peg. Have a go with that.
Oh, blinking heck.
These are Russian clothes pegs. You can imagine a Siberian winter. They need
Putting their yak
they need
loin
something,
up on the...
something meaty they need. I just happen to find them in a market stall in Bristol. So that's where a screw went in. So I don't want that bit. Trying to cut that out.
Right.
Make that a, we'll delete that bit. And you have to,
It's like tape splicing.
well, vaguely, but I mean, I want to cut, I need to cut these things into sections anyway.
Sure.
Because they'll never follow completely true. And this little bit here supports the kerfing and stops it cracking open.
Oh, right.
Just makes it, hugs it to the bend better, I suppose you could say. I want to make sure as it's all sticking down nice and square. And all that glue will be this glue that's squeezed out.
Mm-hmm.
If we can remember in about an hour to clean that off while it's all slightly rubbery.
Okay.
Then it looks cleaner. You get it when it's just right. Don't know whether that's possible to show you that with a bit more daylight.
Yeah, nice.
So
Excellent.
if we can remember to do that. The sides have been bent
Yep. And they're parallel.
and they're parallel.
Yep.
So in fact, in measurement terms, they're 102 millimeters deep, and they're 102 millimeters deep at this end as
Yes.
well.
Yep.
But the guitar side is never a parallel thing. If you look at this guitar here on side elevation, you can see the guitar's deeper here than it is here.
Yes.
And that's an aesthetic thing. It makes it look nicer.
Right.
If you actually made it parallel, it would look deeper there than there.
Okay.
The optical illusion makes it look weird,
Right.
expand. But more so than that, the two faces of the instrument don't want to be face to face parallel, because it could easily set up a standing wave inside there.
Oh, yeah,
And
wow.
you would get some funny wolf note that would be going, yeah, I'm in charge.
Sure.
And it would just sound like that's the theory is that will stop that happening.
Right.
But above all, it will just make the thing look nicer if there's a drop in side depth, and depending on the size of the guitar, you'll make that drop more or less. So on a dreadnought, you might lose an inch, nearly an inch in depth.
Right.
On this, we're losing 15 millimeters,
Right.
which is somewhere around 5/8 of an inch
Nice.
in imperial. So
Do you work in mills or?
I work in both.
Okay.
It's 15 inches.
You're ambidextrous.
Yeah, it is 15 inches wide,
Right. And
but
72
it's
mils.
102 millimeters deep. And the nut widths are all millimeters to me.
Okay.
And it makes sense because, when you're working on millimeters, you can go, oh, it's just the nut width is 41, or is it 42 or 43 or 44?
Sure.
Rather than all those 16
16 and 1/8 of-
64ths,
yeah.
You just go, what? So when it gets bigger, 15 inches, 16 inches,
Yep.
So
Easy.
it's I've grown up with both and know both for different things. Maybe I'll move that out of the way.
Ah, look at that.
There is your soundboard. And if you look at this here, in case we don't get a chance to show you another day, before I get going on that, I have to test its depth. So that's what we've got here. There's little strips like this that are stuck in a groove
Oh
like
wow!
that. Let's get now a piece over as well. So you see that would sit in there and be, should go in there. There it is, you see? And they will make up your rosette.
So you stick them in there, then sand them flat.
Yeah, sit them in proud, glue them in proud, and then smooth them off. So that's what we've got there at the moment. You're looking at that. And there's the join. And as I showed you before, the join will be covered up by a fingerboard there.
Oh man, that's so cool.
And this is your back. All down to the required thickness.
Wow.
You see? So that back is measuring 2.5 millimeters.
Wow, awesome.
Right?
Yep.
And at the moment, your soundboard is measuring about 3 millimeters. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know whether you can
Yep.
catch that. And at the moment, this board is even depth, 3 millimeters all the way across. Now, sometimes after I've done the cutting out business, I will feather the edge, as in make it slightly thinner towards the edges of the guitar,
Okay.
of that soundboard. That will increase its bass resonance because it makes it looser near the edges.
Oh wow.
So you can kind of play with the sound on a guitar totally by what thickness you're making this,
Mm.
how much strutting you put on it,
Right.
but also by, you know, doing subtle things like varying the thickness of a soundboard. You can kind of get more bass out of a small instrument if you make it loose around the edges.
Mm-hmm.
And that is in theory what you're sort of doing a bit by putting the purflings on.
Right.
You're reducing, when we get to that point, you'll see the kerfings actually are kind of eating into the soundboard
Yes.
halfway through, and they're making it slightly more flexible at the edges. And that's one of the reasons why fiddles have that piece of purfling on, because it makes them more flexible at the edge.
Right.
It's something I picked up from the fiddle makers.
Oh wow.
They said that was the theory of theirs. So, but I've just sort of measured old guitars and gone, that's interesting. That's how they've got their extra bass response out of a small instrument, by making the edges thinner.
Right.
So, you know, okay, there's another tool at your disposal to make it, you know, one way or another.
Awesome.
So we can discuss what we're going to do with yours.
Okay.
So this, I've drawn the outline of the mould, and I'm going to cut 6 millimeters outside that. So
Okay.
this is going to make a bit of noise. Where should we start? There we go.
Starting to look like a guitar.
Yeah. So, get a bit of an idea of what it's all going to look like. So let's put the bits of knock guitar, which is an interesting concept, not disconnected with famous art quotes from the past, right? Michelangelo, this story. Michelangelo, when he carved David, was asked by somebody, I can't remember who, you know, how did he carve such a magnificent thing out of this, you know, 7-meter lump of marble? And he says, it's easy. You just take away what isn't David, and it's as easy as that. Which, you know, you can use it as a quote for how do you carve a guitar neck. You know, you just take away
the bits that are the neck.
How do you make a guitar? You get some planks of wood, and you take away what isn't guitar, and there you are. You're left with a guitar. That is just giving me the centre line for when that line gets rubbed out.
Right.
Find it again. Because when you look at it like this, you go, where's the centre line?
Yes, of course.
Where is the centre line? If your piece of wood grain is dead straight, you never ever find it. Let's get some new glasses. Keep telling myself, go to the opticians. And then I get this, I've probably told you this before, I don't know whether to get varifocals or reading glasses.
Just get a few more pairs of those.
Of those?
Yeah.
They're alright if you want to see close. We're going to give the centre, there's a centre line, a centre gluing line up here. Because this has been made out of two halves. So this supports
that join.
the join.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm going to do next, is stick that bit on there. You can see that piece, this piece of timber has got a rocker on it.
Right. Yep.
So that's, you know, curved like so. So when we clamp at each end,
the middle's pushed down.
the middle's pushed down.
Very good.
Right in the middle. There we go. Okay, that should. Again, I have to unclamp that after about an hour.
Okay.
A lot of these glues, this glue will set in, it says it grabs in half an hour. So you can, in theory, unclamp that in half an hour. I'd give it an hour at least.
Yeah.
Most things, like the curve things, I give them overnight. Most things I give overnight.
Right.
But that's all that glue squeeze out along there I want to get at. So in an hour's time, again, that gets unclamped to get the squeeze out before it goes rock hard. With how to build a guitar all over it. So it's
How old is that template?
These are the instructions. I don't know. It gets rebuilt every decade or something, I should think.
Right.
No, but this must be 2 decades old. This one.
Wow.
It's so this tells me where to put the struts.
Oh wow.
So I'll just do this marking out for you while you're here to show you. Prepared earlier
Nice.
are your struts.
Oh wow.
So you can hear how high pitched
Yeah,
that
yeah.
rattle noise is. They sort of, you select these pieces very carefully. I'll take the back struts out. That's number 2, and there's number 1. But you can see how here's the main X brace, and this goes these two marks tell me which way round to glue it up in a minute. I can either glue it like that, or if I made a mistake, I'd glue that up like that, and then we'd have a very funny X-brace. So you have to mark it while you're building it, so you can make sure that when you get to glue it,
It's all right.
we're going that way round. So
we've got the line.
so that will tell us, all those little markers tell us where everything sits.
And is this your design?
No, this design is the X-brace, which is a CF Martin. I'm not sure which number CF Martin invented that, but probably a century and a bit ago.
Wow.
I bet he came up with that about in the 1880s or something, did they? Or was it earlier than that? We'd have to look it up in a history book. But he decided an X-brace was the best way of holding the stress of a bridge. But a bridge on an acoustic guitar is sat right there, isn't it, on the opposite side?
Oh,
So,
okay.
You know, he figured out, you know, the best way of holding that is to catch its ends, and that because the bridge is being ripped
Yes.
off by 11 stone, which in pounds I can't remember, is that 175 pounds or something? In
So now there's stone to pounds to kilos.
yes,
Right.
yes, and kilograms I'm afraid I don't know, but
Okay.
it'll be on a string packet somewhere. But it's in English terms, it's 11 stone. That's my weight,
Right.
I think, on a good day. So so he figured, see, on the nylon guitar prior to that, the pattern was a fan bracing pattern, which was more this sort of thing, and a series of little fan struts like this.
Right.
But much smaller, these fan struts were.
Yep.
And people made them with, you know, more or less, you know, maybe 7, maybe 5, and the flamenco only 3. And variations on that. And these were very small on a nylon guitar,
Mm.
really kind of so high and much narrower.
Mm-hmm.
But so the early steel string guitars probably were just what they call ladder braced, which is like that, and the bridge is sitting somewhere here.
Right.
It's probably like this on a ladder braced acoustic guitar, and they kind of do quite a bit of bellying. But
Yeah.
it makes a certain sort of raw sort of sound, which, you know, is a good sound. It's a different sound, but I think when Martin invented his X-brace, I think the world took notice and went, sounds better. And I've you know, always based it on something like that. Now, within that X-brace, you can put it in a number of positions, and you can change the angle of that brace. You know, that X-brace could be that. I think Jean Larrivé's guitars at one stage, that brace came up here and stuck onto that cross brace.
Wow.
Which makes it incredibly strong in this area. And Martin, over the years, moved the X-brace forwards, which they refer to as advanced, or you know, back further. And that obviously the strongest place is where it's holding the ends of the bridge beautifully. And then as you advance the bracing, it's more what you'll find on a vintage Martin and what they reproduce. The brace gets very, very close to the soundboard edge, the sound hole edge, and you can see that on all the kind of reissue guitars that say this has got advanced bracing, but it makes it weaker here.
Right.
And it's more prone to bellying, which is why Martin then went back to here and said we don't want them to belly.
Right.
So it's you know, you pay your money and take your choice, kind of thing. So I would use this, and then within that, where are we going to go, and what's that angle? Then you've got the choices of how thick am I making them, wide, how tall am I making them, and how much of it material am I removing from it, scalloping, which is referred to, which is basically taking great big scoops, weakening it more, and the more you weaken it, the more that soundboard is flexible.
Right.
And the more it's flexible, the more bass response you'll get out of it.
Okay.
More boomy the guitar will become. And conversely, if you're amplifying an acoustic guitar, you want to quieten it down, stop it vibrating so much, so you leave the braces really tall and strong, make it a lot stronger, so you can plug in and play at higher volume thresholds without the thing feeding back. So a lot of the electroacoustic guitars are built much more heavily braced and built so they can handle that kind of volume levels.
Amazing.
So, but we're making something that's responsive.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of go, I'm hitting this sort of happy medium, and that's down to the guitar builder themselves to go, that's where I like it.
Sure.
And then you hope that your customers like it. So this is how it's going to go together. And you can see on these braces, there are little bites taken out of them.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where this brace goes into. It's housed in like that, you see. And all these other little bites are where other ones are going to go into.
Right.
So that sits there. And what basically that does is it stops that end of the brace becoming loose if the guitar is hit. So
Oh yeah, okay.
so I've seen so many guitars that get, someone's bashed the top.
Yeah.
Or if you're playing percussively.
Exactly,
and
it's part of that
everybody's
playing style now, isn't it?
They're the people that knock struts off. But if you house the end of it in there and in there, and the little end's in here and the little end in there, you give yourself a fighting chance that that's not going to pop off.
Right.
And
Very
again,
cool.
the way this is detailed can be any number of ways.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there was a stage where Gibson went, these were butted up against each other, tall, face to face like that.
Right.
But I tend to sort of do this sort of dressing away
Mm-hmm.
and thing, just because, this is the way I think it ought to be. So there are some more struts to go on here, some little patch struts to go across here and here and here,
Right.
which I haven't made yet. And then there's this part here, which is the bridge plate, which will sit in here, which is opposite the bridge
Right.
on the inside, and that's where your ball ends.
Oh
sit.
wow.
If you
Okay.
had your ball ends sitting on there,
You just rip straight
you
through.
would just mash it up in no time.
yeah,
So
yeah.
most people have decided that a piece of maple is the best thing to use for that part, and it's tough and resists chewing up too much.
Nice.
So that's your basic pattern of the X-brace guitar. Whoops, that's the one there, and that one goes in there, and a couple of little other ones going across here, which we'll see another day. I haven't made those bits yet.
No worries. That's
And then-
awesome.
And then these are the back struts,
Right.
which we've just got 4 transverse back struts, which we
Ladder style.
ladder style,
Yeah.
ladder bracing. So they'll go on the back in that order like that,
Amazing.
which is why they've got 1, 2, 3, 4 on them. And these have all got little numbers. This used to be A and B, but it's X. A and B, C, D and E, F and G. That's how I numbered them, so I just remember what they were. So we'll come back another day and you can watch me glue
That
these
together.
on in the Go Bar press,
Okay. Cool.
which is a good thing to watch. Right, there's your neck.
Oh,
So
wow.
you can see it's been glued up. You can see all the glue squeeze out.
Yep.
So we're going to unclamp it. So
That's awesome.
so it's marked up here with the on plan. So there's a centre line,
Mm-hmm.
and then this is the plan of the fingerboard. Here's 0. That's the 0 position. Then down here, this is where the 12th fret is and the 14th fret. And then that's where your dovetail's going to be.
Oh wow, okay, cool.
Okay, and that's the template there, which shows that's the actual size of the fingerboard, you see. So it's sitting on here, and this is the headstock shape, which will be sitting on there. But we need to make this obviously at an angle. So we've got to get on the bandsaw and waz a few lines off. I'm going to go back downstairs again and just check there. Yeah, that's easy. Let me remove a bit more. Try a major 7th on there. You have slightly nearer sized guitar neck.
Wow. Unreal.
And if you look carefully at these, I don't know whether the camera pick these lines up.
Yep.
Even though it's made of 4 blocks, 1, 2, 3, 4, because these are all quarter sawn, nice and accurately, you should, in the good light, can you see these lines of this is the quarter sawn lines? They're all joining up, so you'll hardly notice all these little grain lines line up.
It looks like one bit of timber.
So it looked like one bit of timber.
Wow.
If you get a good enough piece of quarter sawn wood, they'll all line up. And everybody just assumes it's one piece. But you've got to have good wood. And that's, you see the grains running straight up the middle of there, which is good for it. Straight to the grain on your neck, if you've got a piece of wood and the grain's doing this sort of thing, your neck's gonna do something similar to that.
Yeah, right.
In its life, so all bits of wood, you make them as straight and true as possible. And because I've always enjoyed guitars, I've always kind of enjoyed looking at everyone's guitar.
Yeah, right.
And going, oh yeah, great, And then I've learnt a lot from everybody. And I've learnt the history of American electric guitars from Dave Gregory. This is a what? Okay. So that's square at the moment. I will plane that off when it's dry and make it a nice shape.
Oh wow, okay.
And then the back struts are obviously going to get let into it. So
Right.
I've got to cut little grooves in it.
Okay.
So, but I'm not doing that today. That's got to dry before anything else happens. But anyway, it's got the excess glue off it. So.
Morning, Johnny.
Morning. Is there enough light on in
Yeah,
here?
yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
No worries at all.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
check this out. Wow.
This is the Go Bar press. Basically, these sticks are longer than the gap, so they create pressure on a strut while it's gluing. So it's a clamping system.
Right.
It's kind of old-fashioned caveman clamp, They must have discovered it in a cave, mustn't they, with too long a stick. So this has been gluing on overnight.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to undo these. And here we have a back with some oversized and rectangular struts, which
Right.
I'm going to shape for you today.
Amazing.
So they have been sitting in a dish, and the profile of that clamp was an arch, so we should have an arch shape here. I don't know, can you see
yeah,
that?
yeah, totally. That's
So
great.
that's how you create a curved back out of effectively a flat sheet of wood.
So is this curved?
That is curved as well.
I
That is
see. I see.
And
Wow.
there are various, you know, I've made various versions of that over the years. You know, there are for various shapes of guitar. You know,
Oh yeah, right.
there are
Oh wow.
different curves. You know, I've got dozens of these things lying around. Some I use more than others. But yeah, you just you know, shape your shape and then make your strut to fit the shape
Right.
and press it all together in one go. And you get you can create a slightly domed piece of timber out of a flat slice.
Right.
It's as easy as that. You know, the timber accommodates it. You'd have thought you couldn't do a piece of, you know, press a piece like that, but that's how you do it. So I'm going to work on that for you for a bit.
Okay.
But before that, because there's this sitting on the bench, here are your
Oh wow.
sides.
Oh my goodness.
Um,
Look at that.
so this is the primitive waist expander again. Bits of string
That's donuts.
and who needs a fancy mechanical device when a couple of bars and a piece of string do the job. So let me undo that. So
Wow.
these have been gluing on. Let's take this off so I can get a bit more. Just the light is awful this morning. It's because it's bright on the other side. So what I want to do is just remove a little bit of material from these.
What's that for?
Well, just they're a bit bulky at the moment, aren't they?
Okay.
So they don't need to be as thick at the ends as they are in the middle. That's stresses on beams for you.
Right.
So you want a brief lecture on stresses in beams? If you're building a bridge, where's a you're building a bridge. Where's a bridge? Right, if you're making a bridge across raging torrent of a river.
Yes.
Right? That beam doesn't need to be as deep at the ends as it does in the middle. To me, it makes perfect sense. But so you would actually shape you could remove material from the beam at that end and that end, and it would still be perfectly strong.
Oh, okay.
It's just simple engineering that I must have learned, I don't know, at school.
Right.
And it makes perfect sense to me. If you're pushing weight on there, that it needs to be, I can see it, but there must be some mathematical explanation that all the engineers will get in touch with you and tell you the maths of it.
Right.
But if you look at a bridge construction, it's always like that.
Okay.
So that's why I'm doing this, and it looks prettier as well.
Sure.
And these side struts are here basically they're a safety measure for when you whack your guitar on the side. If they're not there, because as you can see the timber of this is so thin, it's very easy to split it. If I snap that in half, you can see how easy it is to snap. So when you whack the side of a guitar that's made of solid wood rather than a laminate, it'll split open all the way along remarkably easily.
Oh wow, yeah, right.
So these are there to stop that happening. So it just gives you a little bit more strength. And it could possibly aid the stiffness of the side as well.
Right.
Which might make the whole body just slightly stronger. So that's, people have done it. I mean, many instruments never used to have it on there. People used to put a bit of carpet tape, self-adhesive tape across it to kind of resist the cracking,
Okay.
splitting longitudinally. But it seems to be, you know, I suppose maybe guitar makers saw so many repair work with, oh, my guitar's split open all the way around because I just bashed it on the end pin. And I think our natural tendency was to go, well, if I stuck a little tiny strut there, it would give us just a little bit more strength. So that you know, it's a bit more durability. Is bar a bit of sanding down. That is your sides assembly coming out of the mould.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
So I don't know how you want to.
That is amazing.
Whoops. So this little pad was there to stop the clamp pressing on it, and underneath there you can see that it's got little. That's the number of your guitar, 534, and 21 is the year. So it makes it look like I've made 21,534, but really I haven't. Just 534. That's.
Oh, Jonny, that is so cool.
All manufacturers' serial numbers have things like that coded into them.
So we've got the thicker at the back.
Yeah, yes, you can see the
And
taper,
yes.
from the taper we were talking about. So this is the front of the guitar.
Yep. And that's
So
flat. And the
that's
taper.
flat.
Yep.
And then this is the back of the guitar,
Where the taper is.
which you can see the taper on it.
Right.
So I don't know whether that's.
Yeah.
So there's a gentle curve going like that.
Yep. That is so cool.
Which I've done while you weren't here. So we sand that until it's lovely and smooth with another grade as well. So that's basically your set of sides.
Wow.
And I always think, yeah, that'd be nice to just have a set of that sitting around the house. You know, put it on a little stand. But they generally get turned into guitars. So that's not going to happen. So let's see if we can get that, pop that back in there. Keep it safe. Okay. So that is that. And the first thing I want to do to do depths on these. Give myself a little measurement. Right, back to regular glasses. Now, this is what regular low-tack tape would do. This is how you make low-tack tape even low-tacker. Find some dusty clothes. I've got a special jacket behind you that's absolutely filthy. It's lovely and dusty. I don't know.
So what's that for? Why?
Well, I'm taping over here because I'm going to be shaping these struts, and this centre strip is nice and finished. You see?
Oh, I see.
So I don't want to upset that. So I'm putting a bit of masking
Tape is too
tape.
sticky.
This is for protection, and too sticky tape will just rip the fibres off the surface of it.
Right.
So this is low tack masking tape. I'm just making it even more low tack because it's. You'll see in a minute what I'm doing and why I don't want to hurt it. I've just given those a little height marker to guide me as to what I'm doing.
Right.
So we're taking down. Right, so now they're about the right height, approximately. Now we want to make them into a nice shape. So this is a piece of, what would you call that?
Not cardboard?
It's a piece of cardboard, but it's a protector, isn't it? A protecting caul, I suppose, C-A-U-L.
Okay.
Is that what you call it? So now you can see you've got something that a little bit of a shape of a Gothic arch. Is that what we're looking at? That's what I'm looking for. I'll just find a scrap of paper. So we started off with a strut that was rectangular in cross section,
Right.
with its grain standing up like that. If you notice, we'll see that more clearly in a minute. And so I want it to be more that shape. And different makers will go, oh no, it needs to be kind of that shape. Or another maker will go, oh no, it needs to be gently rounded off like that. And another maker might go, oh no, it's supposed to be that shape.
Right.
Personal choice.
Okay.
I like a Gothic arch myself.
Okay.
Must be my architectural upbringing. So all my struts are sort of shaped gradually into that style of arch.
Right.
Tend to do this sort of thing next. This is the only bit you can sit down on the job. This is where you find out whether you're allergic to spruce dust. I might start sneezing in a minute. So you can see why those were
Yeah.
sat there.
Yeah.
They keep it nice and protected. And then I have my little...
So these are why it takes so long to get your pick out when you drop it in the guitar, because they always get locked in these things.
Oh, it gets hidden behind there, yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, and all you've got to do is keep shaking the guitar like this, and then it'll gradually bounce down the rungs, so to speak. So now it's about to start sneezing, I am. So we want about there, and there, and there, and there. This is painted red, so I can find it.
Right.
So basically, this is a little height gauge. So the ends of the struts, like the bridge, like the side struts, are getting scalloped away because they don't need to be deep at the ends. It's the way the shear stress works. I think it's something like that.
Right.
I can feel it. I didn't give you an engineering masterclass on it. And you can see the grain lines here are showing you how nicely quarter sawn the struts are. So if the struts, if the grain lines are standing up nice and straight all the way through, you know you've got kind of maximum strength on that brake. Which if you're doing it by hand, of course, you can be very, very picky and choose all the best bits of wood.
Right.
And the bits that aren't, you know, that are swirling like this or tipping over sideways. You don't buy them in the first place, or they just get binned. Or, you know, it's when you're cutting the timber out, you're choosing pieces and cut it in a way that makes everything nice and precise, just the way you want it. Okay. So that's that. And then in order to make them smooth, one would take a piece of paper like this and on a shape. I wish Type Bond made them this shape nowadays. They've changed their shape. Smooth those all off. And then, very carefully, we can take these off, hopefully without peeling any bits. One back. As they say around here, job's a good one.
That's beautiful.
So, and a ringy thing. Oh, we didn't ring the sides. We wanted to show you how ringy the sides were.
Yeah, yeah.
So they're resonating, you know, really well. So,
Fantastic.
so yeah, that'll end up sticking on there. That'll be the back of the guitar.
Oh, wow.
Something like that. Okay. This back struts need to have little pockets cut in here. A little pocket like that
In the kerfing.
in the kerfing to accommodate the end of that
I
strut.
see.
And then that makes it strong from impact. if we just stop the strut up next to the kerfing, which you will find on cheaper guitars that are just thrown together, you bang the back of the guitar and the strut will pop straight off.
Right.
So it's got to be in this little housing. So it's just like putting a beam into a wall.
Sure.
You dig a hole and put the beam in.
Yeah,
and you
yeah.
can stand on the beam. If the beam stopped at the wall, the whole thing would just collapse. So it's all basically very miniaturized version of old-fashioned building techniques.
Oh, that's
But
amazing.
that'll be. Some people stick the back on first and then the front on. I stick the front on first and then the back on.
Right.
You know, it's personal choice. You know, if you take Martin as the kind of the standard that we were always aiming for, their standard of construction has always been immaculate, really, inside. You know, so, and then all the Taylors and the Collings and the Santa Cruzes, they've all, because they've all come from small makers, I think, they're all immaculately put together.
Right.
You know, so that has to be good. So that is going to sit on there. Let's just see where that is. Does that need? That will do. And let's find.
How much pressure do they create?
No idea. You want to put your
My hand
put
underneath
your
it.
finger underneath and test it. It's I don't know. I bet it would hurt if you stuck your finger underneath.
Yeah, I bet.
But I've had people tell me how many poundage is needed to glue things together. I always clamp things up pretty tight. So that's looking okay. Those two. Yeah. Right. Then we get. Those are going to go in their little hole. Okay. Yep. If you came round here, you'd see that. If you came round this side, you'd see this little hole that I'm trying to get it in. You see that little? I'm trying to get that in that little gap there. You see, it's going in that little. You see that there? That's what I call a housing. Stick this one in. So again, he's got a little housing to go into as well. There we go. Okay, so let's get shot of that squeeze out. best chisels again. Looks neater.
Mm.
And you go, well, does it really need that extra weight of glue there?
Yeah.
You know, if you were trying to emulate older, you know, guitar making techniques, perhaps you'd go, oh, I'm going to leave all the glue squeezed out because they never bothered clearing it up. Right, you're going there, you're going there. Right, you stay and put. It's like sliding sideways.
Right.
Because if these things create longitudinal shift, so it can do that. So these, again, all these struts are they're the right width, but they're taller and they're rectangular. They're all oversized, just like the back.
Right.
So
They'll
be shaved down like the back. But I'll be using a chisel rather than the plane.
Oh, right.
Because we can't get the plane in.
Yes, of course.
You know, so it's a bit more of a fiddly job. But it's probably the most pleasurable job in the whole of the guitar making process.
Really?
It's carving the front struts. Yeah. Get the best done with the cricket commentary on. when England are on a winning streak. You know, when England are calmly whacking the ball to the boundary. It only happens once every 10 years, does it? And you can just sort of sit calmly carving the struts until you go, that's where they should be.
Right.
Which is it's a very pleasant thing, but it's spend an afternoon doing. What is that C strut still? No, it should be. Yes, it is. In today is this bit. So
Look at that.
here is, this is just a stick holding the waist apart
Right.
in case it decided it wanted to bend
Cave in
in
a bit.
And that is all your little struts.
Oh man, that is beautiful. Look at that. Wow. So good.
And that's it in its mould there. And these little stopping blocks stop it pushing through when we
Put the back on.
put the back on in the clamping system. So it's a very rudimentary type of piece of kit. But so what we've got to do is sign it, write it. I don't know, I'll get the back up in a minute and we'll glue the back on.
Right.
So before I do that, the date is what, the 20th? Yeah, okay. So do you want to film me writing this?
Mm-hmm.
So we write down 20th October 2021, and this is guitar number 534, and then sign it. There we go. So if you ever take a Kinkead guitar apart and have a look down there, you'll find what day the back went on.
That is so cool.
So
I'll never be able to reach into this guitar again
well, you can stick your
like
hands
this.
up.
Yeah, when I'm pulling picks out, I'll certainly feel this, but this is absolutely amazing. Awesome.
So, whoops, nearly falling over. Many things to trip over here. So there's the back, and you can see, maybe if I would stick. These struts here, the same height as that. So all these little struts
Oh
fit in that
wow!
housing, you see. So they'll all line up like so, and go in their little holes. These little lines here tell me where those struts are, so I've got a good idea as to how to line it up. And I've checked the fitting of this. It's all fitted very carefully. All these blocks are slightly angled. All the curvings are slightly not square, because this, of course, is a dome shape. So
Right.
So it takes ages to fit the thing.
And you've already done all that hard
I've done
work.
all that yesterday. Otherwise, you'd be standing there for about 3 hours. Going, what is he doing? What is he doing?
Oh wow!
So then we get the glue on. And then the spreading device, highly sophisticated.
Do you need to let the air get to the glue before you stick it together?
No, I'm trying to do this before the glue goes off.
All right.
And depending on what the temperature and the humidity is, you've got a race on your hands.
Right. Okay.
But it gives me a little while, this. But yeah, no, I just slop it on and stick it together, basically. But what you want to try to do is not put too much glue on. Otherwise it all squeezes out everywhere. Right, I think that'll do. Back. And is that located in their little holes? Yes. And I've got my little centre line nicks, which are all lined up. And then this little gadget puts pressure around the edge.
That's very clever.
And let's just check we've got it sort of in the right ballpark. The rest of them the cylinder head on your Bonneville. If you ever did that as a child, no? Tightening up the cylinder head bolts on your Triumph Bonneville. Except I never had a Bonneville. Mine was an aerial Fieldmaster. I used to do this every other day. Make a new gasket out of a cornflakes packet.
Yeah, right.
And the bolts, I think eventually I decided were stretching. They were knackered. So that's why it kept coming loose. But it was useful to know how to take it apart.
Yes, of course.
At the side of the road. My old British motorbikes, you could do that. Further down. So this is done in a more random kind of way than your the head bolts. So there was a definite pattern, I think. The Haynes manual told you to put them on, tighten them up at.
Right.
This is a bit more Heath Robbins. Stick that was just holding the waste.
Oh, you pull that out.
I can just pull that out. It's not needed anymore. And I can just check with the aid of all the light bulbs, is everything. And what I'm doing here is I'm feeling with my fingernail. So it's useful to have a fingernail which is, you just check that everything's fitted perfectly by so you can stick your fingernail in. If there's any glue squeeze out, you can scrape it off with the fingernail. While it's sort of slightly, while it's going off. I don't know whether your camera can see inside the hole. Can it go in the hole?
Yeah. Let's have a go. Oh, wow. So you see there the little noggins, or
Little struts or braces, whatever you like to call them, are in their little housings.
very cool.
Everything's fitted nicely.
Wow.
Okay,
Yep.
so here's the neck that we roughed out on the bandsaw last time.
Yep.
So all I've done is taper that off a little bit from the bandsaw cut. And now it's time to rough it out a little bit more, which is very easily done. We're not getting to the finished neck shape here, we're just knocking it back a bit.
Right.
And then we'll let it settle. And then so that's where the dovetail is going to be, in that section. So this is the approximation of the heel cap.
Right.
So And the other way you can do this is with various rasps. And there's an amazing rasp that everybody turns their nose up at, called a surform.
Called a what, sorry?
It's called a surform.
Surform.
Yeah. It's basically just a fancy rasp. But and then we'll turn it around. And we'll start at the other end.
Wow. So do you have a format for the necks? Do you have like a template, or do you just hand shape every one until it feels right?
There's a set width
Right.
to the overall neck,
Yep.
which on your guitar is going to be 44 millimeters at the nut.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a set depth, unless you ask me for something different.
Sure.
And I'm going to go to 20, this is including the fingerboard.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be 21 millimeters here,
Mm-hmm.
deepening to 23 millimeters there.
Right. So 21 millimeters at the nut, 23 millimeters.
That's the
right. Yeah.
of
Okay.
about the 10th.
Right.
And obviously the neck is flaring out from my 44 here. It'll be 44 here, and it'll be 54 at the 12th
Oh,
fret.
really?
Yeah. There's always a flare.
Yeah. Yeah.
You need more room here than you do there.
Yes, of course.
So it's a tapered thing. And you can make that taper anything you want. That's personal taste, but I've kind of evolved the neck to a point where nobody mentions it when they play my guitar.
Okay.
They just go, oh, this is great,
Right.
right?
And away they go.
You know, in the 40 odd years ago, people would play my guitars and pick them up and they go, oh, the neck's too skinny. Or the next person would come and say, oh, the neck's too fat.
Right.
Or that, you know, then I gradually honed it to this position here, and people stopped making any comment on it at all.
Okay.
They just go, hey, this guitar plays great. So I think, right,
That'll do.
that's the dimension that everybody thinks is okay.
Right.
You know,
Yep.
nobody notices it. So it's a little bit, you know, 44 is 1 millimeter wider than your average, you know, acoustic dreadnought neck width. And I, you know, I've just settled on it. And then people will ask for different from that. For instance, this one here hanging up, the whole plan of the fingerboard, and the strings is 2 millimeters wider.
Oh, wow.
This
Okay.
this is a 46,
Right.
which I quite like, and it's good for fingerstyle.
Right.
But the 44 does all of the styles best.
Okay.
You know, everybody says I can do everything on that. I
Right.
can do fingerstyle, I can do chordal work, I can do, you know, I can do finger picking, and I can do flat plectrum work. So it just suits them all. It's a really good all-round, you know, size. So at the moment, this is still oversized.
Right.
It's wider than the fingerboard will be,
Okay.
and it's slightly deeper, but I'm just, you know, knocking it back. Every time you take a piece of material off a stick of wood, it is likely to deviate slightly as you're relieving the stresses that the tree has grown up with inside it. So if you took a plank of wood and split it down the middle
Yep.
into two pieces, highly likely one piece would bend this way and one piece would bend that way.
Right.
You'll
Yeah.
do the same with a piece of metal because there are stresses inside a piece of metal.
Right.
But we're dealing with wood and it's natural, so it's going to go all sorts of ways. And this is the other nice little rasp I've used a lot.
Been looking at that.
Which
That's
is
nice.
it's like a set of hacksaw blades.
Oh, right.
It's a really clever idea.
Oh, very cool.
This is so it's not quite as coarse as this one. As you were asking about the neck shaping template, so I also then have these little guides. So these little arches, when I've got the guitar neck on the guitar, I'll be using these to check that is going to be the curvature at the 12th, at the 1st fret, or and at the 9th fret. So that one's bigger than that one.
Yeah.
And these are just little things that I then have moulded off a neck that I particularly like.
Okay, right, wow.
So I just, and it's a reference. Somebody might say, oh no, I want mine more D-shaped.
Right.
Or I want mine more V-shaped. But most people like a C-shaped neck.
Yep.
And that suits most people for most styles.
Right.
It's kind of, you know, it's a Gibson shaped neck. A good old C, and it suits everybody for everything. And that's why Gibson did it, I think. You know, these old experienced companies kind of dreamed up these dimensions and shapes because they listened to the players.
Right.
So it's but I'm just letting the stresses out.
Right.
So it's been cooked, this neck, you know, it's been kept in a very warm, dry environment to make it as stable as possible. This piece of mahogany was probably imported into Europe in 1980.
Oh, wow.
So it's been around a while. And, you know, it was straight when I first started cutting that, but I'll make sure in a couple of days that that's not decided to go wobble.
Right. Sure.
So it's neck making is a process, a slow process. So remove some, let it settle, true it up, remove a bit more, and when we put the fingerboard on, it'll be doing other things. You let it settle and you true it up a bit more, and finally you can shoot the surface of the fingerboard straight and take the frets in when you think it stopped moving around.
Right.
So that's okay if you do it the long way round like I do. If you're trying to make a neck in an afternoon in a guitar factory, that's why you get a bit of a wobble going on, I think.
Okay.
They're just doing it so fast. So you could argue I'm cheating.
Wow. Kind of feel like just rasp. It kind of feels nice.
Oh, I can leave it like that for you if you like.
Oh, it's lovely. Wow. It's a beautiful piece of wood.
It is. It's a nice, good piece of wood. It's the highest grade Brazilian mahogany you could ever buy. It's kind of, you know, the grain's going straight up and down. Some people refer to it as aircraft quality wood, which is, you know, going back to the days of biplanes and wooden struts in
Oh, wow.
timber
Okay.
wings. You wanted those pieces of timber to be the grain line running right away through the strut, otherwise it's going to snap.
Yes, of course.
So it's that quality of timber. So if you look at your Adgeridge antique dining room mahogany table, you can see the grain is swirling all over the place.
Yeah,
That's not what you build a guitar neck out of.
No.
It's sort of the guitar, you try to make it as straight up and down as possible. You're more likely to get a stable instrument out of it. But still being wood, it can still wander.
Yeah, sure.
But, you know.
Awesome.
So,
Oh, man.
so anyway, here
It's
we
a
are.
new day. Look at this.
Right,
Lincoln Eck.
here's a guitar.
Oh, my goodness.
There's some bindings on, which I don't know how the light is.
Yeah, that's fine.
Is it?
Wow.
So you can see all this sticky stuff.
Yeah.
This is all the tape that has been used to hold them in place. See this super brown sticky tape?
Right. Okay.
That's what you're doing to hold it in place while it's drying
Okay.
overnight. So the next day, which was yesterday, I peeled all these off. If you leave them on, they get stickier and stickier and you can't get them off at all.
Wow.
So that is,
Oh, it's beautiful. So, what's this stuff made of?
right, the white material is holly.
Oh, wow.
This is what's it? There's a slice of holly. There's a slice of holly. English holly tree. And then my kind wood supplier slices them up, slices it up. Apparently it's a difficult material to deal with. If you have to cut it while it's still wet
Right.
and dry it quickly. Otherwise it goes grey
Oh, wow.
and horrible. But it's the whitest wood there is. And it's got a lovely close grain.
Right.
So the whiteness gives it this great contrast with the rosewood.
Yeah, right.
And being very closed grain pattern on it, it doesn't fill up with black sawdust when you're sanding down
Oh, okay.
that's one of the reasons I like it. And I also like it just because it's not like, you could put a maple or a sycamore along there,
Right.
which wouldn't be quite as white. And then you can introduce flame and everything like that, but you spend hours trying to get the rosewood dust out of the maple
Yeah,
pores,
right,
you
okay.
know. So and when you look at this holly material closely under microscope conditions, when it's polished up, it's got a lovely little fleck in it,
Right.
which is not too far away from the fleck that you get in a piece of ivory.
Oh, wow.
But you won't see that until it's got the finish on it.
And then inside that we've got the same.
Well, these little strips here are, where are some of those? They're little bits we call purflings, and I'm buying them as a black and white ready-made strip,
Right.
and that'll be maple or sycamore in the middle of it. And this bunch here have got a black fiberboard outside, which makes it easier to bend.
Right.
And sometimes they'll arrive and they'll be dyed black sycamore as the black, but they are not so. You can sometimes they'll fracture and split more easily. So
Right.
I tend to go for the fiberboard ones. And all I've done there on your edge is give you a pair of them. So you've got a pair of those on the edge.
Oh, wow.
You
Okay.
can see they stop and start at the bottom all here,
Right.
and then they go up and join.
Oh, it's hard to see that. Where is it? There it is, just there.
There it
Okay.
is, yes, you'll see it quite clearly.
Yeah.
Should do. So yeah, and that's what I've done is I've rebaited the corner of the instrument. So where are we with something like this to demonstrate? These are they're cut back. I cut them back with a router.
Right.
So I haven't subjected you to hours and hours of the screaming router. But if you
That's a really delicate job, though, right?
it is, yeah, you've got to really concentrate on
Yeah.
it. Because if you go, it's just got to be just right. Otherwise these won't fit.
Sure.
And everything needs to be adjusted for the different batch of these things that sometimes, I buy them supposed to be 1.5, but these ones are probably 1.35 millimeters wide,
Right.
you know, or sometimes they're 1.7, you know.
Yeah, okay.
Every time you buy a bunch of them,
They're different.
slightly different,
Right.
you know. And I used to get really upset about them being different. But one learns to accept and just go, well, that's the way it is. So if you look at this as a rebate that I've cut on here, this is what I'm
I
doing.
see.
I'm putting those on there, and I'm putting those on there,
Oh wow. Okay.
and that's how it's done. And they're all glued on slightly proud, and then they're scraped flush afterwards,
Right.
which is what I've half done on this guitar, because I've done it at this end here so that I could cut the dovetail. So where is the scraper? Here's a scraper. This is the Magic Cabinet Maker's scraper. I don't want this on it, all the sleeves are going to get in the way. So this is how you scrape back bindings.
Oh wow.
And the white edge is the binding, then it's the purfling inside.
Right.
So it's easy for people to get confused as to which bit's which. And let's do a bit more on the top edge here. Where are we? So anybody who's not used to woodworking will wonder what this slice of metal is that I'm using and how's it doing this. It's a piece of fairly hard steel. And I noticed that I keep rotating it in my hand.
Right.
So it's got 4 cutting edges on it. And all I'm doing is, I think it's time for a diagram. Right, here's my lump of steel. Right, in cross section. Okay, like that.
Right.
Now, first of all, I need to clean up the surface. When it gets blunt, I put it on a file that's just one of these single cut files rather than a double cut file.
Right. Okay. Yep.
And that smooths that bottom edge off nice and clean. Then I get this metal burnishing thing, which in my case is an old screwdriver that happens to be just the right hardness to match the hardness of that.
Right.
You can buy a correct tool, but this particular scraper works particularly well with this old screwdriver. So first of all, I'm making a burr on the edge. So I'm doing that.
To get rid of the burr.
That's creating a burr that way.
Oh, okay.
So that's created a burr like that. Right, by
Yes.
me doing that.
Yes.
Now then I turn that edge up and I'm pushing that burr over. So I'm making it go now. Like that.
Oh, okay.
So I'm doing that. Did I do it on that edge? Let's do it on this edge now.
So is the goal to get rid of it?
Well, the goal is to end up with a scraper that has got burrs on all 4 corners.
Oh,
like
wow.
that. And that is the cutting edge. You see, so then that, if I've done it correctly, of course, which, being a demonstration, I won't have done it very well, because it wasn't as good. And you keep turning it round and you find some bits are sharper than others.
Oh, wow.
It gradually blunts itself. And then you start again, and you use this for this sort of process. You use it for smoothing the timber.
Right.
It's a better.
Oh, that's fascinating.
It's partly like you could use it as a sandpaper
Right.
when you're doing the rubbing down, the final prep before whatever finish you're going to do. You'll be doing that with the scraper and with sanding blocks.
Right.
I think this would be silicon carbide or something like that.
Right.
So a bit of this and a bit of this gets you to your finish that's smooth.
Wow.
So it's pulled back to the edges. Now that will have made a very sharp edge.
Right.
When you're playing the guitar,
Yeah, yeah.
the last thing you want. I've seen so many people's guitars made with razor sharp edges.
Right.
You sit down on your knee and you go, why didn't he round the edges off? But I'm not going to do that yet, because at the moment those edges can be there as protection, really.
Sure.
And when I'm doing the final sanding down,
We'll do it then.
I'll round those all off.
Right.
But you see, if you look at this guitar here, this is done in a more fancy way,
Right.
and the binding here is flame koa
Oh,
against
wow.
rosewood. Difficult stuff to get hold of like that.
Uh-huh.
I've never ever, I built this guitar a good 10 years ago.
Right.
I've never found anything as nice as that. And then, down the bottom you can do that.
Oh, wow, okay.
And you make all these little purfling lines, mitre join at the edges.
Oh, my goodness.
And it takes hours and hours.
That's
And
amazing.
you must have seen, other guitars with the shell inlay going
Yeah, yeah.
all around the edge here, all the way around the edge here, all the way around the edge here, all the way around the edge there. And it's nice if you like that sort of thing,
Right.
But I prefer them. This is as fancy as I ever make a guitar, this one.
Right.
That piece of wood, that's
Yeah.
good enough for me,
Yeah, yeah. It's stunning.
So I'd sooner build another guitar than
Then
spend the
days.
same time
Yeah, yeah. Trying to make it
decorating
pretty.
one guitar.
Yeah, yeah.
It's and then
And then,
we get to the next bit of the guitar,
all right.
which is the neck,
Look at that.
which someone once referred to it when I was writing that book on how to build an acoustic guitar. The editors came along and they wanted to know what the handle was made out of. So that's the guitar neck. So this is a dovetail joint, okay?
Right.
I don't know whether you can see that well
Yep.
in the light.
Yep.
This is a tapered dovetail joint. And this is the traditional way the acoustic guitar and the neck are put together. Well, I suppose that actually is the second most traditional way of doing it. The Spanish that invented the thing in the first place did it without a join, which I guess I'd have to draw you another picture of that. They make the neck and that top block, that's this bit,
Yeah.
as an integral unit,
Right.
and then cut a slot in the sides, slot in the neck to put the sides in.
Oh, okay. Right.
So
Got
it's
it.
completely through. It's a through neck style design.
Right.
The Americans invented this. So, and I guess they invented it really because I think this could go off to one part of the factory.
Oh,
and this could go off to the other, and then they'd be
interesting.
reassembled at the end. But for the steel string
Wow, look
acoustic
at
guitar,
that.
this is the tradition, the original tradition. So you can see that's not in there fully.
Yeah.
I've made the jig on purpose that it's not all the way home.
Right.
And you can also see that this tapered dovetail join, as you put it in, it self-clamps.
Right,
That's
yep.
the beauty of it. But what is most important with an acoustic guitar is where it's pitched to in relation to the body, especially to this point of the body where the bridge is.
Right.
So you've got to, using your centre line of your neck, you've got to make sure it is pointing along the centre line of the guitar.
Right.
And then the other thing that's equally, or if not more important, is that
Angle.
pitch, the angle to the body. Is that here or here?
Right.
And that's, so as I gradually let that into the body, I've got to make sure that that line, the projection of that surface, is where I want it pointing.
Right.
In this position here.
Right.
And I want it to be tilted back just a little bit, that out, so that the line at the top of that neck is giving me a gap here.
Right.
And this is a sophisticated piece of equipment that I use for that. This is not an old one, but it'll do for the purposes of illustration. So I stick that on there, and I'm aiming for that as I'm letting it in.
Okay.
Because I want that to be about a 2.5mm gap when I've got it all smoothed in. So I can do a bit of work on this for you. So when this came out of the last bit of the process, you saw that was straight, a straight line here. So what I want to do is to make it more elegant. If you look at this one here, you can, I don't know whether that's good enough light to see that that isn't a straight line.
Yeah,
It's a curved line. It just makes it look more elegant. So I've got to shape that down to look more like that.
Okay.
And put a heel cap on it.
Right.
Before it gets glued up. So I'll do this just by eye, really. And every maker will have a different idea of what that shape ought to be, you know.
Wow.
Sometimes it can be pointed, sometimes it can be flat, you know, it can be. The idea here, what I'm trying to do is, here's the body of the guitar with the dovetail, and then the neck of the guitar is going to fit in here but it's, in order for it to snugly fit, you need to cut that bit back a little bit. I'm doing this exaggeratedly, and that bit. So I'm cutting that in there and that in there, so that then there's a gap here and here. Okay, and then the edges of the neck are going to be sat snug against the sides of the body.
Okay.
If it was flush to flush, you'd have a real job getting that to be
tight against
to be tight against
okay.
it.
Interesting.
And I'm quite happy to just be having the surface that's gluing and touching to be that bit from there to there.
Yeah.
There's also going to be a gap at the back and a gap there, and then it will clamp itself tight.
Right.
So what I've done so far is that little bit of my
Okay.
so
Yep.
so here we are. This is what we've got. So far I've just removed that bit of that.
Right.
The next thing I'm going to do is remove that bit.
Okay.
So I might need to do this with the magnifying goggles. The light is so dim in here. You'll be pleased to hear I went to the opticians last Friday
Okay.
and handed over a ridiculous amount of money for a set of varifocals, which I'm hoping I get on with. And of course the guitar's slightly curved, the body of the
Yes.
thing's curved, so he's got to allow for that as well. So it's all, the whole, the guitar's not straight. And there's not a 90-degree angle anywhere in the guitar.
Right.
Which makes the construction of it fascinating. Because if you're building a box or a wardrobe, everything's
Right angles.
right angles and squares, and you make the drawers so that they go in upside down, if they're good fit, which to me it fills me with horror to do something like that. So the point of contact is going to be, let's not get it all pendled up. See this surface here?
Yep.
That's where it's actually going to touch the side
Oh,
of the guitar.
okay.
And then this is going to be
That's where the
the
glue's going to
gluing
be.
surface
Yep.
there.
Yep.
So we go back over the other side and you'll see against the body here, you'll see what we're trying to achieve. You can see those gaps. Can you? Is that good enough light?
Yeah. Perfect.
So you'll see a little gap here, which is what you're looking for. Then it's got a chance of fitting snugly.
Right.
And in order to make the thing, and at the moment I've got the centre line in line with this body centre line nicely. But I want to pitch the neck down like this a bit more.
Right.
So then that's a matter of taking material off these two surfaces until
Oh, okay.
until I get the correct angle. So that you spend the rest of the morning
Getting that done.
doing that flat. So I'm going to skim off about 0.5 millimetre off there.
Right. So eventually, as the angle gets perfected and it just gets deeper and deeper into the guitar until it's flush with the body.
Well
is that right?
then when I've got my angle, I go, okay, I know I've got my angle right, but I'm still sort of 8 millimeters out. I then get this tool here. Which hardly a tool, is it? A sanding block, and I'm making sure these are all flush. Those ones, which I haven't cleaned them up yet.
Right.
But basically, I remove material from the cheeks of here
Right.
and here And all this is a standing stick with this coarse grade
Right.
sandpaper on it.
Yeah, yeah.
That's good enough to just keep doing that and this. Although I kind of did that first bit of cutting with the knife, I'll be finessing that
Yes, of course.
with a block of sandpaper and gradually go on a little bit more off here. Okay, a little bit more. I just wanted to take a big bite off to get a bit nearer.
Sure.
And eventually, yeah, you sink it in until it's flush with the surface. Then
At the right angle.
I'll shape, then at the right angle, then I'll shape the outside of that a bit more, cut the heel back, because at the moment the heel is deeper than the body of the guitar.
Yes.
It's oversized, so that gets
Yeah.
cut back, put a heel cap on it, and then glue it up overnight.
So this is our truss rod.
So yeah, this. The guitar hasn't got its truss rod installed yet, or the neck hasn't. So this is all a truss. This is the traditional compression type truss rod that again Gibson and Fender have been using for I'm not quite sure how many decades.
Right.
Ages. And it's an adjustable rod rather than a non-adjustable, let's put some metal in it, or just to make it stable, which
Right.
was the other way of doing it. Let's put a box section of mild steel in it, or a T section
Okay.
of mild steel, non-adjustable, just make it stronger. So this is the compression style, and it needs an anchor, and this is the anchor piece, which is basically a 10mm brass rod. Have I got any of that lying around? So this is what you start with.
Oh my goodness, you made that.
Yeah, 10. And then this is mild steel, and I use 5mm. Everything's metric in this country now.
Right.
So
Sorry, it's just dawning on me that you actually make the truss rod.
yeah,
Okay. Right.
all you do is cut a bit of mild steel to length.
Mm-hmm.
This is a tap and a die.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember which one's which. This one does this bit.
Yep.
It just, you rotate it and it cuts a thread.
Mm-hmm.
And this one here cuts the thread on the inside.
Right.
So all I'm drilling is an appropriate sized hole that goes in. Well, it's obviously in a vise,
Yep.
and it cuts by hand a thread. So it's as easy as that. And then you notice I've threaded a short end and put more thread on this end.
Okay.
I've taken a little
Yep.
scoop out of there, because that goes in here, and then I whack that over. I tighten that really tight,
Yep.
and then bash that over to
Oh, okay.
give it a big bird end,
Right. Yep.
and it can't come undone.
Yep. Nice.
And then another bit of brass, cut a slightly oversized hole.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's probably 5.2mm hole. Then it's nice sloppy fit on a 5mm rod. And then I buy this bit. This is the truss rod nut. So
Okay.
it comes with an M5 thread
Right.
from Europe somewhere. And it's got so that's got
Oh, okay. Yep.
which is either called a hex thing or an Allen thing. It was
Yep.
when we were kids. That goes on there. That goes on here. And so that's set with plenty of, halfway down that thread. So it's got room if it wanted to use the rest of that thread. So this is anchored in this end, and this is anchored in that end. And it's as simple as that. It's set into the neck, so I have to route the trench,
Right.
stick it in, and then stick a fillet of maple on top of the trench. So another diagram coming up.
How deep into the neck does it go?
Right, well, that is the critical bit of these, and it either makes it work or not work.
Right.
So here's my neck without, at the moment it's oversized, isn't it? It's a roughly shaped thing. I know how much it's going to be finished, and when it gets finished I know it's going to be something like this. And I know what that dimension is going to be from there to there.
Right.
So I'm routing a hole that is a channel, and then my rod is sitting in the bottom of there, and then I stick a fillet of maple on top of there.
Right.
That's glued in, and this is sat inside a cushion of that silicone bathroom sealer stuff
Oh, okay.
to stop it rattling around.
Right. Wow.
And this dimension here, from here to here, the bottom of the neck,
Mm-hmm.
needs to be about 3 millimeters.
Is that all it is?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
If the, and then the fingerboard's obviously going on top of there.
Yep.
So inside of you, if your neck has a rod sat right in the middle of it,
Mm-hmm.
and it's basically compressing it because we're squeezing it from this end and this end,
Mm-hmm.
it isn't going to do anything.
No.
It's just going to
No,
squash
no.
the middle.
Right.
It has to be squashing
An
the
edge.
back edge
Yep.
for it to give the deviation. It'll make the neck bend, and it's as simple as
Because there's tension on. There's tension here, right, from the strings.
yeah.
and
The
that's pulling it.
the strings are trying to pull it like that, aren't they?
Yep.
It's basically, yes, the strings are making it pull up like that.
Yep. Yep.
And this rod is countering that,
Right.
and it wants to pull the neck to a reverse bow, I suppose you'd call it.
Right.
And it's a bit, I don't know whether it'll work on this, but if you squash this in the middle,
It's just compressed.
it'll just compress.
Yep.
But if you squash this on the outside, it'll bend. If I compress it here, you can see it kind
Yes.
of does this bending
Yes, of
motion.
course. Yep.
And that's how it works. And I favour the single action rod because there's the smallest amount of metal
Right.
in the neck.
Right.
And I figure that it's the wood that gives it the tone.
Sure.
So let's have as much wood as possible.
Whoa! Check that out. Wow. That's amazing. And the truss rod is in.
Truss rod is in there, and what I'll do in a second, I'll just put this bit back in here.
That is
What we will do is we'll
unreal.
unclamp
Look at that.
and, I'll plane that fillet off for you.
Wow.
Planes sharp enough.
Oh, mate, that's so cool.
So, here's your guitar with the truss rod fillet gluing in.
So that fillet actually goes up into the, past the neck and into the body as well.
Yeah, because it's the way I locate a truss rod is it bears on that block, the top block,
Right.
because I've always felt that, and it gets a better yank, as to put it. I suppose it's got more purchase on it
Okay.
if it starts from here rather than starts from here.
Right.
You
Interesting.
know, so, and if I build them with an integral neck top block, that's the neck's going all the way through underneath here,
Right.
then it'll start here.
Right.
And so you've got the rod working on the whole neck, I think it's got an even better chance of putting things, you know, to where they ought to be. Being Mr. Improviser, that I think when I first bought one of these, I don't know, I think there was one.
Right,
So it's just
okay.
like, what piece of metal is going to be going to it? And it's just a matter of trying every round piece of steel that you got until you found the bit that worked on your bit of metal. It'll be all down to the hardnesses of the two pieces. You can't make a guitar without a scraper. Because all the wood's finished with a scrape at the end.
Yes.
And you kind of want to see it nice and neat fitting, not like with a couple of bits of cardboard poking out and filling it up. It's what you find on some brands of guitar,
Right.
which is quite amusing. You pull it across a 50s guitar and go, oh, I see, that's the brand of cigarettes they smoked in those days. So that is now being full of wood shavings, which I promise I'll do with them out before we end. So now we have that neck poking on with the centre line that matches the centre line of the guitar,
Right.
and you know, a little gap up here that it projects over. So it's pitched back slightly to the right amount. So the next thing is a fingerboard.
Yay! That's just so cool.
So there's your, I don't know, before
Oh,
you
wow,
were
yeah,
last
no.
here, this wasn't
No, it wasn't on.
this wasn't shaped, was it?
No.
So it's shaped here, but not here. Largely, really, that's just because you can't do a lot of shaping once the thing's glued on
Yes.
to the body.
Yes.
So you go, well, that's that line there is permanent, but these lines here I'll shape and shave till it gets to the right shape. So it's just, so that's finished bar of final sanding. So because it's difficult to anywhere difficult to get at, you have to do it before you join the next bit on, so to
Right.
speak. But so that's it. Do you want to take it away like this?
Yeah.
or-
Yeah. Do you mind? Oh, wow.
This is the hand saw cut jig for cutting your fret slots. So this piece of plastic material
So the fret slots are cut before the
thing goes on.
thing goes on. Okay.
Some kind man in America makes these, and these will be cut out on a computer guided machine,
Right.
and they're giving me various scale lengths. Like on this side here, this is lined up for a Fender 225.5 scale.
Right.
On this side they're lined up for a 625, which could be one of the Gibson scales.
Okay.
Gibson used an awful lot of 4 3/4" scale lengths over the years. It's never probably ever, I don't know whether it's ever been exactly 4 3/4, but if you measure a lot of old Gibsons, you'll see the scale length moves by probably 1/8 of an inch.
Wow.
3 or 4 millimeters. So there's no such thing, I don't think, as a definitive one, but that's one that I would use.
Right.
As if someone said, I want a Gibson scale length, I'd use that. This template here has got the Martin long scale on this side, 25.4 inches, and on the other side here it will have the Martin short scale, 24.9. So I generally use the 25.4 as my long scale.
Right.
And this fingerboard is stuck onto that template,
Oh wow.
and this little prodder sits in this little hole here, and as we go up it, we clamp it all down with these little gadgets, and we stick the saw in here and make a saw cut, and this stops it going too deep
Right.
because it meets the
It's the edge of the saw.
bezel, or whatever it's called, of the saw. Every time you make a saw cut, you move it
along.
up one, and then you move it up one, up one, up one, up one. You can see all the sawdust it makes. Up, 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 and then, you know, I've got the numbers written on the side of the thing to tell me where to stop. I go, right, okay, there's 20, which is how many frets we're having, and that's the last cut.
Right.
In the old days, before this was invented, I used to do it like this, which might be of interest. So this did a similar job, so that, but just when the fingerboard was glued on the guitar,
Oh my
I
goodness.
would clamp that on and just
Steady, steady.
go from one to the next, and that slot would stop the fingerboard, the saw going
Right.
too deep into
Oh my
it.
goodness, that's amazing.
So I made those by hand, and I made one for every scale length I wanted.
So this is stuck down on here.
This is stuck down, which I'm going to peel off for you now.
Okay.
Here's where the zero fret lines up.
Oh, I
And
see.
it just happens to be-
see.
It happens to be a distance away. See the marking, the little pin that locates
Yep.
where the zero fret is.
Yes.
Happens to be, I think it's about 3¼ inches away from here.
Right.
So you just have to go, hang on a minute, from there to here. There's me zero.
Right.
And these little things here hold it together and stop it shifting. But while the saw's doing its work.
Yeah.
But to hold it in place, it's double-sided sticky tape.
Oh wow.
That just, so it's just a bit of
Oh,
stuff.
that's fantastic.
So there's the fingerboard made,
Amazing.
and I'll finesse those slots a bit. Check them out. Make sure they're exactly the right width for the fret wire. And at the moment, that fretboard is 2 millimeters wider than it needs to be. So if you look at this template here, here's the template that is actual size. I cut those slots with it just a bit wider because the saw has a habit of on some pieces of wood of chipping out at the
Taking
edges.
off the edge.
So in order to get around the chip out problem,
Made it a bit
I
wider.
saw cut it, and then I'll just plane it
When it's on the
down.
guitar?
No, before it goes on the guitar.
Oh, okay.
I'll finesse these slot depths, just check they're all the right width. I'll probably get one of these little Japanese saws,
so cool.
which are rather sweet, and I'll just go over these, and it'll probably just enlarge it by a smidgen,
A technical term.
technical term, until it's just the right size for the fret wire that I'm
Right,
using.
right.
So
And what fret wire are we using?
I would suggest, that is a question that I was going to ask you, or maybe not ask you.
No, don't ask me. Whatever you use is
The wire
perfect.
that I've been using on all of these guitars, unless someone asks me anything different, is a Dutch-made wire that's 2 millimeters wide.
Just use whatever you
And then-
use is perfect.
Whereas this one here, I put on Stumac wire. I don't know its number, but it's 2.4 times 1.2.
Right.
It's a bit more jumbo-ish.
Yeah, I don't want that.
And I could show you another one that I put the 6105 on.
No, I just want whatever you use.
That I've just kind of, I like experimenting with guitars that are kind of not for someone. So we can lay that on top of the guitar, just
I'd like you to meet someone very special.
yes, so that is going to go on here. And what I quite often do is to make sure that I don't mess things up and stick it on in the right place as I go 3, 5, 7, 9, 12, etc, etc. So I don't mess up which one is the 14th fret and line it up incorrectly. So you can see it's the neck, it is still oversized a little
Yes.
bit. Look, there's a little chip there. See that little chip out there?
Oh
You see,
wow!
we don't want that. So
Don't want that.
I'll trim that off after I've finished sorting out the slots. And then when I've got it into its position, I'll calculate the exact, I'll cut it off like that with a nice curve at the end. Like that.
Mm-hmm.
Which will cover up.
Yes.
Just, it'll come to about there.
With the nut. So
Yeah.
the nut will go in here.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's the zero. That's the nut end
Okay.
position. Will butt onto that.
And does the nut go? Do you cut it off here, or does it
Yeah. I cut that fingerboard smack
straight
off.
down?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So I don't know whether you can see that on here.
Oh, okay.
So the nut butts right up at the end
right
of
off
the
the end.
fingerboard,
Okay.
and the nut, I start then the angle of the headstock
Right.
at that point there. That's where this line ends
Oh
up.
yeah. Okay.
So there's a tiny little, then I cut the nut into the head veneer. So there's a tiny fillet of
wow.
rosewood sitting on there.
That's amazing. Okay.
And that little detail changes from one manufacturer to another.
Right.
You'll probably see Martin, and the bottom of the nut is angled downhill.
Right. Okay.
And that's the way they've done it most of the time.
Right.
Though I have noticed quite a lot of recent models that have it as a square bottom.
Oh wow. Okay.
But I've always just done it as a right angle because it's actually easier to make the thing.
Yeah. Sure.
The Martin beveled, bangled one, trying to get that angle correct by hand when you have to replace one, you go not quite the right angle. And
Interesting.
you've got to have a tall nut blank to include it. So it'll get stuck on flat.
Mm-hmm.
And when it's, as in with no camber, no radius,
Okay.
and then I will put the radius on it
Right.
prior to fretting.
So this will be stuck on almost like as is.
Yes,
and
almost
then
as
you'll,
is. I'll
and
trim
then
it.
you'll shape
I'll
the
shape the camber,
right.
or the radius as everybody in America calls it. So that's going to have a 10-inch. I mean, people call it a 10-inch radius, but it's a camber,
Right.
I think, with a radius of an arc from a circle
Sure.
that would be 10
10
inches.
inches. Okay.
Or- but anyway, so it's a 10-inch, and then it'll flatten out right up the top here to a 14.
Right. Okay.
About 12 here,
Yes.
because that'll give you the most comfortable playing action,
Right. Okay.
because the string spacing is tighter here than it is here.
Right.
So it's a conical fingerboard. That's
Conical finger. That's what I was
the
looking
term
for.
we all use. So if you think of the because the fact that the strings are flaring, the best surface underneath that is the surface of a cone.
Yes.
Tiny little bit of a cone. And again, that's something that I took off a Gibson.
Right.
And I don't know whether it was, you know, something they've always done, Gibson, or whether it was just a very particular guitar that had been worked on, and I really like the comfort of this. Let's go 10 to 12. Maple fillet.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the fingerboard. And I've got little holes and little pins, which are made of ebony.
Oh, really?
They help me locate it. As soon as the glue goes on, of course, it'll slide all over the place.
Yep.
So you need to have little something or others to keep it in place. Glue, glue, glue. So now we get the tight bond again. And
Your adhesive of choice?
yep. And you can make lovely little patterns here. And you go, there, let's eat your heart out, Jackson Pollock. And I wish it would stay like that. And I want loads of glue.
Why is that?
I want to see glue squeeze out. And I know there's no patch of, you know, starved glue joint, you know. So, right, you go, click in there, find your locating pin. There we go. There we go.
Wow.
So, there's all those little pins there. And so this, because it's not being located, I locate it with sticky tape. Right, where's this? And this and this. So again, the headstock's all oversized
Yep.
and will be trimmed back. It's buttered up against there, okay. And just double check everything.
Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness. Oh, how amazing.
So let's take that off for you. That's just a bit of protection.
Wow, Johnny.
So you can see the neck is trimmed back to the fingerboard,
Right.
so I don't touch the edge of that fingerboard at all. That's my guideline on both sides. And I've reduced the depth by, since you were last here, by probably 3mm or something like that, maybe 2mm.
Right.
I just rounded it off a bit roughly. And then also what I've done is I've skimmed the fingerboard and started to make the profile, the radius on it.
Right.
So it's kind of, it's getting there, is what the process is. Slowly take a bit off, let it settle for a day, and then have a look, see where it's moved. And so today I'm going to take a bit more depth off this. I've reduced the depth of that, so that's the finished surface of the back of the neck.
Oh wow.
With a little note of what dots we're having,
Okay.
in case I forget. And those are the points of the. That's where the machine head centres, or the tuners, depending on part of the world you're in. So they're the spot points for that, and they've been plotted by this little device, this little guide. That's all it is. That just sits on here on the centre line and tells me that's where I want to be.
Right.
And this is all carefully drawn out so that for this headstock shape that you don't get string snagging.
Oh right. Wow. Okay.
You know, sometimes you get a guitar and you find the fifth strings touching the
Oh yeah. No,
the
thanks.
sixths.
Yeah, yeah.
And if it's just touching, you get a little vibration. So at the moment we've got 22 at this end and 24 at that end.
Right.
23 in the middle. And so I want to take that down to 21 to 23. But I've got to also take into account that I might skim a little bit off the surface of that board,
Right.
depending on how straight this has stayed since yesterday afternoon. So it's stayed pretty stable. But I'll give it some extra drying just to see what it does. So it has probably deviated a little bit since yesterday. So I've got to allow I want my finished depth to be 21 to 23, so I've got to allow if I'm going to take a little bit more off here.
Right.
So I'll just get there slowly over the next couple of days until I just go, right,
We're done.
that is where we're done. So by this stage here I'm using something a little bit finer. Coarse rasps. I want it to be a straight line. So this is my cardboard straight edge. Just, this doesn't work.
Yeah.
And the 6-inch rule doesn't work because it's not long enough. So you want one, you're going to make a cardboard straight edge, which is good enough for this process. What I don't want is a neck that's doing this sort of shape.
Right.
Exaggeration. I want it to be, I want that to be straight.
Yep.
And I want it to be straight here.
Yes.
Straight there.
Yeah.
I hate necks that you get and you go, oh, it's getting bigger here, and then it's
Right.
getting thinner, and then it's getting
yeah.
bigger here. I think that's really sloppy. And of course, it probably doesn't happen too much in CNC manufactured guitars. And that, as long as the master profile that they've copied is good. And I've got some little templates that I have as a guide when I get nearer. These are the shapes. So this is the shape at the first fret, and you can see I'm miles away yet.
Right.
And then this one's, I've got the 9th fret, which is about here. I'm getting there, but there's still a long way to go.
Mm-hmm.
And those are basically mouldings that I've taken off a neck that I do like.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
The headstock's still a little bit wider than it needs to be. and I'll trim those to the width when I've got the machine head holes in, and I've got the machine heads as a complete guide as to where I want them to be.
Right.
As all the machine heads are very slightly different, and so it's the how much machine of that button do you want poking out to make it comfy.
Oh,
So
okay, yeah, right.
You don't want them too tight into the edge of the headstock. You can't get hold of them properly. And they're all very slightly different. They're also all very slightly different in their depth of headstock fitting.
Right, right.
So you've got to make sure that you know what heads you're having
Okay.
to fit the guitar. So this depth will vary by, you know, maybe 2 millimeters,
Right.
depending on what machine heads we're having. So we're using the Goto Waverley copies, and so I'm making this 15.5 millimeters deep,
Right.
and they'll then fit a set of Waverleys as well.
Is it a nice wood to work with?
Mahogany, yeah. Mahogany to carve is great. If you're doing this with a piece of maple, it's about 3 to 5 times harder,
Oh, wow.
which you just end up taking off smaller and smaller bits. Some people work in a much less messy environment than I do. They always work in a mess. It's just the way it is. And you can see I'm leaning the guitar headstock on the bench
Yeah.
very casually, but you can see the line here across here is going to get trimmed off, so
Yes.
that's why I leave it oversized in this part of the process until I'm ready to snip it. So again, that curve's quite important,
Yeah.
depending on, I mean, you want to be able to get a hand up to there without too much bulk there. So, and again, it's personal taste as to how you shape this whole heel thing. I've just settled on this. So it's sort of getting, that's the general process of it. And I'm feeling it all the time to go, oh, I can feel a bit, it's, you know, slightly it's lumpy there and there. We haven't sort of smoothed it out. Whereas here, it's much more of a
Oh, yeah, yeah,
gentle
yeah,
round
yeah.
shape. So you go, I don't want that.
Oh, wow.
On and on it goes. And then you'll get different. And gradually it gets, you know, to look more like a,
Like a neck.
you know, we've been at this only 20 minutes or something, and we've got it looking much more like a neck than when you first arrived, isn't it?
Wow. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's a great shape.
So it just needs to be a little bit less, probably, and those sharp edges rounded off. That's got to be nicely smoothed in. That's got to be smoothed off. So the other part of this, you know, getting the neck sorted out is the fingerboard surface. So I stick this on for a bit of protection, and I have yesterday planed the surface of that board
Right.
with this I'll wind back the blade. But what I'm concerned about when I was finishing that surface was that I want the line at the top of the fingerboard to create, when that line's projected, I want that gap at the bridge to be about 9.5 millimeters.
Right.
Okay. Within your fingerboard might have been 0.5 millimeter thicker than this
Right.
when I unclamped it. And then I can true the surface up, and within that thickness of that fingerboard I can go, oh, I'll have a little bit more or a little bit less off that to make sure that that is pointing.
Okay.
We pitch
yes.
the neck at the right angle.
Yes.
Then you put a fingerboard on, of course the glues go off and everything that goes, it heaves a little bit, and you don't have to re-true it up. So this is my very sophisticated.
You're all about the sophistication, Jonny.
It is. Everything's very sophisticated in here. So I must have made this jig 40 years ago, and there's nothing wrong with it. So it stays. It stays. Must have been a jolly good jig. So very sophisticated mahogany here, pine. Very clever. And then of course you need one of these, which is the insides of a shallow machine head box. Very useful they are. That just props it up just the right amount there.
Right.
Just to give it a little bit more stability. And then I'll be planing it. So I've taken that blade back. I don't want to cut anything off the surface of this now. So I'll be, doing this process. And this, if it was cutting, it would be making a nice swishing noise, and you get all these shavings out. And then once I've got that angle of projecting right, then I'll start putting the radius or camber on. So I want it to be 10 here. It's probably not quite there yet.
Right.
And then I want it to be more like 12 up here. And then I want it to be more like a 14 or a 16 all the way up here.
Right.
So this is the conical surface, and it's not quite there yet. But once I've finished the planing process, then I'm trying to finish it off, and I'm using simply a block of, it's an offcut of a neck blank, and then 80 grit paper, and I'm going diagonally across it, a bit like we did on the back of the neck.
Right.
You go diagonally across it and you'll knock the humpy bits off, and you keep doing this in relation to a straight edge and against a light source to make sure that you've got it's all in a straight line, and you keep checking against your little radius gauge to go, am I spot on with that? And the other thing when you're doing this fingerboard, which is extremely important, and we did it on your red telly. Do you remember we did this at a drop-off bit at the end?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The kick up.
Yeah, or the kick down, or
The kick down.
drop off. I don't know, whatever. But if you sight along here with your lens, you can see we're straight along here.
Yeah.
And then at the end here,
There's a little drop off.
can you see there's a drop off?
Yeah.
And that drop off is probably not quite enough yet. I'd like it to be more.
Right.
But as soon as you get the string tension on this, it'll naturally pull the neck.
Oh, so that's.
It'll naturally pull the neck. I mean, okay, it's bending more now because it hasn't got frets in it.
Yep.
But I'm just pushing up onto the underside of the guitar, and it'll have
It's
that
shutting
effect.
that gap.
It'll
Wow.
close that gap. So if that gap wasn't there, and you stick the string tension on,
You'd have buzz.
this is up in the way. And then the other part of the equation is why I want more off. As the humidity makes the guitar front rise and swell,
Oh wow.
that will rise and swell with it.
Right.
So yeah, get it out of the way. You hardly use these notes on an acoustic. Yeah, there's the nice swishing noise I was talking about. You can see this, this piece of ebony has got an absolutely fabulous little grain pattern in it. You can see it's not completely jet black, but it's all little lines in it, and a little sort of fleckle up here.
That's lovely.
Which, when it's oiled, you'll lose most of that, unfortunately.
Right.
But, and then the other thing that I need to do to these before the frets go in is to, I don't know if you're going to remember,
Oh, I remember that.
the
Yeah.
beveling process, so that the ends are, the edges aren't sharp. You want another diagram for that, as to why we did it.
So that when you pull the frets out, you're not chipping off.
Yeah, you're not chipping off the edges. That's the whole idea of that. And the fret wire is probably not exactly crisply square in that corner,
Yeah.
so that allows for anything there, so it gets a good seating. But it's so we go up and down doing all those, and we've got to put some dots in it as well.
Yes.
But I don't want to really. I don't want to do that today. I want to let that settle in case
Yes,
I
of course.
skim it.
Yeah, of course.
But it's a very simple process. You see that little drill bit there?
Yeah.
It kind of cuts nicely, so it makes a clean hole.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just kept for that purpose only. So drill a little hole about 1 millimetre deep,
Mm-hmm.
and then put super glue the dot in.
Easy.
And the dot is about 1.5 millimetres or something. So
And then you'll sand it
and then
down.
you just sand it off.
Nice.
So it's coming together. You can see the nut slot's been cut. You see that? There's so here's Dan's piece of unbleached bone.
I love that you've named it for me already.
Well, they get lost in the box of all the other ones. So I go, no, this one's fitting Dan's guitar. So but you can see that little detail that I described. I don't know whether it shows up in the light there against it, or can I take it out?
Oh yeah, no.
So there's a little bit of rosewood underneath there. So obviously it's oversized at the moment.
Awesome.
But this is the unbleached stuff, which is yellow and smells of beef when you cut it. It's harder
Right.
than the bleached stuff. I think the bleached stuff must go into a vat of boiling caustic soda or something. And the bone nowadays seems to be so much softer after it's been through that process.
So what's this?
That's mother of pearl,
Oh wow.
right? So it comes in a shell that's the size of your hand, maybe bigger, isn't it? And you
Right.
see it down at the seaside shops, and you take it home and use it as an ornament. But they're sliced up into little slices, 1.5 millimetres thick or something like that. And then I stick on a piece of paper with a photocopy of the logo on it.
Oh my goodness! You actually saw this out
And
by
this,
hand.
this is how it used to be done.
Oh my
And
god!
it's- and it's still done by funny old geezers like myself. So you,
That is incredible.
it takes it, and slowly, I've started off on there, and I've driven all the way around here. That bit popped out just a minute ago, just before you came through the door. The blades are minute, you can see. You can't even see the teeth on it. You need these goggles on to be able to put it on the right way round. Okay. Put that out of the way. There we go.
Oh my goodness.
So that's still got the paper on it.
Yeah.
So it's not pearl coloured. But that will go somewhere like that.
Wow. That's so cool. I can't believe you cut those out by hand.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? It's stupid. It must, well, all of it.
It's wonderful.
All of it by hand.
It's wonderful.
I must be mad. Must be, but it keeps me happy. Keeps me sane. It's therapy, isn't it? You can see what the pearliness like is from if you turn it upside down.
Oh, mate.
And the holes in the letters I dug out first. That's the secret of it. Well, not the secret, the order of it. There's no secret to it. It's just doing it. But the little holes, or anything small, any small piercings, you do that first.
Because of the strength around it.
Yeah, it's just impossible to do it afterwards. So you do all the little piercings first, and then.
No, it's amazing.
So basically, yeah, dig a hole, stick it in slightly proud of the surface, and then skim it off.
Wednesday morning. Oh my God, it's got frets on.
It's got frets on, yes.
Oh my word, look at that.
It's got frets on. It's got that bit in. Got your dots in.
Oh man. You got my dots in. Oh wow. It's a guitar, Johnny.
It is almost a guitar. It's missing one vital ingredient. And the finish. And some more, a lot of sanding down. Lots of sanding down. So it's, but I'm just, at the moment, finessing that neck shape, which, and I've got the side dots are in, and need to grind those back. So we can do that while you're watching. And so
it's a beautiful thing.
So it's getting there.
Wow.
So it's resonating.
That's amazing.
That's what you need.
I'm not just imagining that, right? That sounds really
resonant.
Yeah.
So
wow.
So let's see what these side dots look like when they're ground back. Do you want the radio off?
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. Just so we don't get.
Extraneous background noise.
No, it's not that. We'll get copyright.
Oh, I see. Oh, yes, they'll. I'm allowed to listen to the radio in here
You are.
without PRS. I have talked to them about it on many occasions, and
Well done for being so on it.
and I say, are my customers allowed to play tunes in here on the guitars? So, you know, they say that's fine, but you're not allowed to entertain the customers with it. That's what it's.
Don't worry, Johnny. There'll be no entertaining from me.
So we worked out what the ins and outs of it were. So again, they've been put in oversized. If you feel them, you can feel their
Oh yeah.
high.
Yep.
So it's drill a hole, push them in with a bit of super glue, the gel variety, and then grind them flush. not quite sure what you're going to find underneath.
Right.
You know, you go, oh, that was a bit, you know. So you just have to. It's a lottery.
Oh, they look great.
So they'll catch the light. But there you have it, basically.
Wow.
Needs. So the next step is final sanding down. I've shaped the depths now, so it should be measuring 21-ish to 23-ish. There we go.
Wow.
And that'll be 22 in the middle with a bit of luck.
There
More
it
or
is.
less. So we don't need that gadget anymore.
Oh, wow.
So it still needs smoothing in here, up this end. You can see I've marked on where the tuners are going to sit.
Oh, yeah.
So I just want to make sure everything's going to be so you see that's where that's going to sit.
Right.
And likewise that's going to sit there, you see, so I'm making sure that shaping is in just the right place, and I'm making sure that surface is flat. Need to tine it a bit off. See, that one's got a curved side
Oh, wow.
and a flat side, and that curve kind of matches this curve.
Oh, wow, okay.
So they're all little carving tools, really. So again, I'm looking at that to make sure that's lovely and no lumpiness in it. But this is just my obsession with detail of it. And to be just right. Sanding stage, I'm not going to take much more off it, I don't think.
Right. So we're just down to smoothing now.
Yeah, it'll be getting all those curves smooth and just feeling this neck just to make sure it's not feeling lumpy anywhere when I roll my fingers over the back of the neck.
Right.
And then just feeling the neck and going, is that the right shape?
Right.
Although I've, you know, kind of tested it against my little gauges, which I showed you last week.
Yep.
I'm going, okay, we're there. You go, okay, does it feel right? And you go, oh, blimey, it feels skinny.
Right.
You know, you always go, oh, this is really skinny necklace. But what you forget is the strings.
Oh,
So
yes,
in
of
order to
course.
simulate the strings, I just get a piece of 2mm slice of timber and just stick them on and go, well, what does that feel like there? You get a
Right.
far more accurate idea of what your neck shape is.
Very
You
good.
know, so it's a simple way of just simulating some strings without putting them on there. So that feels, you know, you can have a try in a minute and see what you think. But it's sort of, it's kind of, I think that's okay. And then we'll do this. And the edge of that ebony's been
Yes,
rounded
just
off.
just merged into the
Yeah.
mahogany.
So I've got So I'll sand that down, make it all more or less where it is. Then I'll do the back and the sides. I'll be rounding off these sharp edges. And then when all that's, this creates an awful lot of black dust.
Right.
Or dark brown dust. Which I don't want to get into the spruce. So the spruce is the bit that gets done last.
Oh, okay.
So I sand all those sort of dirty wood, and then mop up all that dust,
Right.
and then I can go onto the spruce.
Look at that.
That's how it's done. But yeah, I'll probably spend best part of the day just sanding that down,
Wow.
smoother and smoother.
Wow, there it is. Look at that. Wow.
I need to bring some more pumice powder in. It makes everything look beautifully messy. You've got this lovely guitar, beautifully sanded down, and then you sprinkle it with some kind of mud-like material. And I could use a conventional grain filler, but in the French polishing process, this is the traditional system for filling grain with. But actually it's more efficient than grain filler, the sort of water-based ones that I've used. Yeah. And the dye out of the rosewood dyes the white pumice into rosewood colour.
Oh, wow.
So if you catch that at an angle, at a light from this end here, you can sort of sideways, you can see, if you looked at a regular piece of rosewood here, which is, I don't know whether that's a very good example of, maybe it's better looking at the back, but if you look at the back of that guitar, you can, in magnification,
Yep.
can you see there's an awful lot of pores in
Yes.
there?
Yep. Got that.
So, and then if you catch that now, the pores have all been filled up.
Oh, wow.
So if you, and so I'd leave that set overnight,
Right.
and I might put a bit more on it later, and then smooth that back down to the timber again.
Right. So you'll let that dry and then sand that back down.
Yeah, sand that back down
Right.
again, and then do the sanding process all over again. So it's all, a finishing process on a guitar is not fast. It's you think you've finished, and then you go, then it's ages.
Right.
It's more, it's weeks later that you actually get it with the finish on it.
Wow.
It's a bit deceptive. You think, oh, I've done it. I've done it. That's which it'd be lovely if people would just take them away like this. But
You'd be able to crack them out by the thousands.
yeah, I'd be able to make twice as many. So I've got to sand all that down and do that grain filling process, and I might get the grain filling in done by the end of today.
Right.
So and I'd obviously do the sanding down and the grain filling on the backs and the sides, and then
Do that.
clean up the front
Got it.
afterwards. So
Got it.
all the dirty black stuff is out of the way.
Johnny's
Because,
looking remarkable. How lovely. Morning, Johnny.
Good morning. Come in. Come in.
How are we doing?
Well, not freezing cold, which will warm up a bit. Okay. Right. Here's your guitar sitting there
Oh my goodness.
with a...
Oh my word, look at that.
So that's a few coats. That's about 3 or 4 days worth of polish on
Seriously.
there. Yeah. So next thing to do is to rub it back a bit,
Okay,
and I'll put some shellac on there for you
awesome.
while you're here. So this stops, you know, the finish getting inside. That's masked off because that's where the bridge is going to go.
Yep.
That's masked off to keep the fingerboard clean while I do this process. So all I'm doing here is giving it a scuff sand, knocking off any little high spots,
Right.
and anywhere the shellac does a kind of form some ridges, which in the little corners is where it's likely to happen.
Right.
On the big surfaces, it isn't. So giving it a rub back. In the morning I can do more rubbing back than I will do later in the day,
Right.
because it's gone up much harder overnight. So each session we'll be putting on maybe 2 or 3 coats of very thin material. You can see we haven't quite filled up the grain yet, but it's pretty close to it.
Right. And how many coats are on now?
So, well, I've done this for 3 days, really.
So you've got what,
First day.
9 coats on and it still hasn't filled the grain?
Yeah, because this stuff's very, very thin.
Wow.
It's not like a...
Like a polyurethane or
If
something.
you're doing a polyester finish,
Yeah.
it's probably 5 coats in an afternoon, and you've got a millimetre thick of lacquer.
Yeah, right.
And this is a coat of this is thinner than a coat of cellulose.
Right.
If I was spraying a guitar with cellulose, which I've retired from, I think the smell is probably the fumes of it. I decided might have been not doing me any good.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been trying to find some environmentally friendly alternatives. Hence, I offer people the oil finish,
Yeah.
which is basically linseed oil with drying agents in it,
Right.
and that you put on about 10 to 14 coats, 1 coat a day. It'll dry overnight.
Right.
And it's just like old-fashioned varnish.
Right.
Varnish and paints all were before they invented the poly.
Okay.
It's in the 60s or something. All paint was based on linseed oil drying agents. If you wanted it to be a colour, you threw pigment in it.
Oh, wow.
And if you opened your tin of paint in your garage, your dad's garage when I was a kid, there was always a skin on top, and then there was a layer of linseed oil, and then you stirred it up and you got a tin of paint again.
Yeah,
know. Do you
right.
remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Right? Young people won't remember that.
No.
Anybody who's my age will remember it. So that's what paint used to be. Until, things changed. People invented nastier stuff that were probably slightly tougher, but obviously with the polyurethanes and the polyester is very, very tough. But on a nice acoustic instrument, you're trying to put on as thin a layer of something as possible.
Sure.
Because the more you put on it, the more it kills the acoustic response of the guitar. It's like putting a blanket on it. So, it's... So the oil finish is pretty thin, and this is thin, but this you can go up to I can go up to high gloss finish, so it'll look like a lacquered finish, and it's what all instrument makers would have used until sometime in the 20s,
Wow.
where cellulose was introduced.
Right.
And the reason why people picked up on it was because it was faster.
Oh, of
So
course.
it's all profit, speed, but now people might be thinking about environmental issues. So the shellac is a natural occurring product. It's a lac beetle that lives in Asia and puts its nest on a tree, dives inside, eats the resins in the tree, secretes it and makes a nest, which I've never seen one because I've never been to Asia. But it must be something like a wasp's nest, I would assume, that we might find in our house somewhere up in the attic. And what they do is they take these nests, slice them off with a hot knife, and then warm them up and sieve it, and then dry this resin. And so the resin that I buy is little flakes of stuff. So that's one variety, but that's
Oh my goodness.
shellac flakes.
Wow.
So they, and it's a bit like olive oil production. There's the extra virgin, and then there's the pressed, and then there's the hot pressed, and everything like that. So the blonder grades are the first. This is blonde stuff. So this is the first kind of turn of it, and then as it's heated up and squashed more, it becomes darker and darker, and it gets different names. So this is what would be called button shellac, and it's presented to me in this form.
Oh, wow.
It's been heated and it goes darker, and it goes darker and darker every time they do it, and squeeze more and more out until it becomes a darker brown. I prefer the blonde stuff.
What's my guitar, Johnny?
What's your guitar? That's the sounding block. There's be a hole in it now. So that is just dissolved in alcohol. Which in the UK, we use methylated spirit, which you're probably familiar with.
Right.
Just denatured alcohol. In the UK, they put this dye in it to stop people drinking it.
Don't think that'll stop. If you wanted to drink methylated spirits, I don't think dye would stop you.
When I was at school, it was in a bottle and it was clear. So of course, you had to have a sip of it to see what it was like. I can't honestly remember what it was like. It was a long time ago. But all old furniture's finished in French polish.
Right.
And old guitars, old instruments were French polished until they invented things that were faster, more profitable, and worse for the environment, which we're all very concerned about now.
Mm-hmm.
You know. So this is my nod to global warming. Here. We're not going to pollute the planet anymore. And wood is a renewable resource.
As is beetle poo.
As is, yes. Absolutely.
Is it the same amount of coats on all over the guitar, or do?
Yeah, on this, yes.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
So the neck will have the same finish as
Yeah.
the body.
Yeah.
Right.
And you missed that bit happening because that happened after the grain filling.
Oh, fantastic. So what does that mean?
So that means it's made by Kinkead in England, and this is the year 2021, and that's the number of your guitar.
Oh, wicked!
That's the grand total, 534.
Wow. And it's the best one you've ever made, isn't it, Jonny?
Absolutely. Always. Well, the most people do say, which is your favourite guitar? And it is always the last one you've made.
Right.
Roll these sleeves up. And it would be nice to do this French polishing in 30-degree heat, but let's go off faster. So this is the mixture in there.
Oh, you've already
Yeah,
put
I've
the...
already mixed this up.
Right.
You mix up a fresh lot every month or something. Every time you do a guitar, you get a fresh lot made. I don't know what its shelf life is exactly, but people do talk about it having a shelf life. So I do the little creases, the corners first. I'm getting used to how much stuff is in here.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. So that's really thin.
Yeah. That's why you can probably put, 3 coats on it.
In a day?
In a session.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then do that 3 times a day.
Right.
I mean,
Oh, I see, yeah.
if it was blisteringly hot,
You could do more.
I could probably do more. And you see, that's virtually dry already.
Wow.
I think what I'll do is just... But you can see it's giving you a smell. It's a lovely smell.
What I want to know is, who was the guy that worked out that that particular beetle and that particular nest would turn into a
lacquer,
finish?
a finish.
feel?
Who knows? Who knows?
So how many coats do you reckon will go on this guitar by the end?
Altogether, I've no idea. So if we go, so I'll do this process. So you think of that daily process. There's
Yep.
9 coats going on,
Yep.
perhaps. And then I'm going to do this for how many days? I'll probably do it over a 3-week period. You see.
Wow.
And I'll leave it for the weekend, so it won't get. That'll give it those layers a chance to harden off. Then I can give it a good cutting back
Right.
after that. So
So 145, 150 coats.
yeah, I'm mad. Totally mad. Totally mad. So here I'm going diagonally across here.
Yeah.
I can't start again.
That's all right.
So and then next time I'll go that way.
Oh yes, all right,
I
okay.
might go that way. So you've just got to remember not to dribble your single malt scotch over this. It'll melt the finish.
Seriously?
Yeah. So that's had 2 coats. I might leave that for half an hour.
Okay.
What I'll show you is the polishing. What we're doing here is the putting on phase.
Right.
So we're getting stuff, getting coats on, so that then I've got a layer enough to then work on and do the French polishing bit, which is which is the part that brings it up to a shine. So I happen to have a plank of wood here that, when I was shown this process years ago by an old piano polisher,
Right.
piano tuner, and he showed me how to do this process, which was really fortunate, having someone how to do it. So if I'm, see, cut it back, you've got that roughed up surface.
Right.
Now if you were doing a lacquered finish, like a cellulose, you'd be doing this flatting off process, and then with rubbing compounds, you'd gradually polish that back up to a shiny surface. With the French polishing process, let's get this worked out. So you start using a much thinner mix of polish at this stage.
Right.
So I want to put some on that I can then move about. I'll probably leave it a little bit longer. But... So then, this is fish oil.
Fish oil.
Yes, I've no idea. This was what this chap gave me. I think his name was Stan. I imagine he's dead by now because I haven't seen him around. But he said, here's some fish oil. So he said, use a bit of fish oil. And that helps the thing skid. A little bit of polish. And then you do the traditional figure of 8 type thing, which everybody associates with. And you've got to make sure you don't stop. So it's like an aeroplane landing. You can see it.
Oh my goodness.
Evaporating before your eyes.
Yeah.
You see that?
See the shine coming up?
The tail is kind of the vapor trail after.
Yeah.
Can you see that? And this must be moving molecules of French polish across the surface and into all the cracks. And you're pressing quite hard. And you can put a little bit more on. You're putting tiny amounts on now because you're just working the surface. And you mustn't stop, and you must leave time for it to flash off before you go back to that bit again. And it's obviously, this is a very small section of polish, but it goes lovely and shiny, kind of with not an awful lot of effort. You've suddenly made yourself a shiny surface.
That is fantastic.
And then if you want it to polish it more, you use your, well, I won't use that hand, it's got French polish on it, but if you've got a dry hand, you can use your palm of your hand, and the oils in your skin will shine.
Wow, it gets down to the oils in your skin
Yeah.
to shine. Oh, wow, that's amazing. That's such a
people
beautiful finish.
Yeah, it is lovely.
Look at that.
And this is, you know, it's a bit of wood I use for clamping onto bass guitar necks to heat treat them, which is why it's all bruised up. But it's just a lovely natural. Last bit to build of this guitar is the bridge. This is how bridge blanks arrive in here. So these have been hanging around a while. So might use one of these. Some of them have been hanging around for a long time. That one's just 2005.
Oh wow.
That's 2010. These ones are more recent. But what I have to do first of all is shape the bottom surface that is going to be the gluing surface. There's a dome on this soundboard,
Right.
remember?
Right.
So I've got to, the first job is to make that
Dome.
match the dome of that. I scratch lines in it and then scrape that out. Yeah, we're getting, I don't know whether you can see in the light
Oh
there.
yeah.
I've got a curved shape.
Amazing.
So then I want to make sure I'm sort of square that way as well. And then I want to offer this up to the soundboard. And go, let's move this around a bit. And then I go, is that anywhere near the arch of that? You go, it's getting close. It's getting close. And it's very important that that fits that
Yep.
perfectly.
Yeah.
You can't go, oh, let's clamp it down and force it.
Right.
You know, it's got to be just a nice, just right fit. So then this is my template for the bridge, and I'll clean off that front edge and then mark that round there, and then that gets cut out on the bandsaw. And then when I've got that shape, oh no, I must have write down that's the down side of it,
Right.
and that's the up side. Then I can start shaping it by hand.
Right.
So that's the process of making a bridge.
Amazing.
Well,
And that'll be one of the
it's
last
awesome
things
process.
that happens on the guitar, right?
Well, yes, it's the last thing that goes on after I've got it polished up and shiny and left that to go hard for a few days. Then I'll stick this on, and so this will be this. I'll have routed a slot for the saddle, and I'll have drilled you 6 holes for your bridge pins. There's a process that you don't do in one day. You start it in one day, and then so I'll shape it in one day, then route the holes and route the slot and put the bridge pin holes in, and I'll leave it, and then I'll see where it's moved to. After about 3 days, you go, okay, it's probably stable now.
Yeah, right.
So then it can get glued on. So they have a habit of moving. You can no matter how long you keep them for, but at least that I given it the best chance of stability by using them. You know, I keep them for ages.
Yeah,
Likewise
right.
for the fingerboards. You know, it's
Just let them dry out completely. and-
yeah. You know, they're in theory they're dry when I buy them, ready to go. But I don't believe anybody. You know, I've seen too many fingerboards with fret ends poking out,
Yeah, sure.
and you know I have seen guitars with the bridge shrunk so much on them that it's revealed, you know, bare timber underneath at the front edge.
Wow.
You know, I thought, wow, it must have shrunk by 2 millimeters.
Amazing.
So it's so when the bridge is about 1 millimeter bigger than that patch. That patch is there to keep the spruce clean for the gluing area.
Right.
So the bridge is going to overlap the finish by about 1.5 millimeters,
Okay.
probably, so the finish goes underneath,
Right.
and that's how you get that nice clean looking edge that you've got on an acoustic guitar like this. That it's, apart from the dust there, you can see it's a sort of a sharp, clean
Yes.
corner that we all like to see.
Yeah.
In the nylon string community, they tend to put the bridge on before they finish the guitar,
Oh, okay.
and you get a lot of the French polish lapped up,
Onto the.
and they
pig.
polish over the bridge as well. It's just a
Interesting.
different way, you know. It's just a sort of a different convention, I suppose.
Right. Awesome. Okay. So, I guess I will see you in a couple of weeks.
Yeah. Yeah,
This
if you
is
come
all-
back in a couple of weeks, it'll look quite shiny.
Oh man, that's amazing. Look at that.
Well, it's starting to look quite shiny now.
Yeah,
looks,
it is.
You know, looks more like a guitar.
Amazing. Cheers, Johnny.
Okay, you're welcome. Right,
Oh, look at that shiny thing.
there's a shiny guitar. There it is.
Oh
Well,
my
it's almost shiny.
goodness. Look at that.
Keeps needing reshined.
Wow. This is amazing.
That process that I showed you last week,
Yeah.
well,
2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago, on coat after coat,
Yeah.
and then maybe 2 days ago, I'll have flattened that, what was on there, having left it maybe 3 or 4 days to really harden off.
Mm-hmm.
So 2 days ago, I flattened that back with 1000 grade, wet and dry, and then I did that polishing
Yep.
process with the oil and thinner material, and that brings it up to a shine like that.
It is
And all I've been
stunning.
All I've been doing then is giving it a rub.
So how thick is that?
No idea.
But it's like really super thin.
It's thin. Yes, it's thin. Yes, it's
It
probably
is just
probably
stunning.
thinner than your. You know, it's probably a bit thinner than a thin cellulose finish that I put
Oh
on.
my goodness, it's absolutely beautiful.
So So
That is just gorgeous.
and then here's the little doodahs at the back there.
Oh wow. It's stunning. It's stunning. So we can't be far off then.
No, I think I just want to kind of give it another couple of days for that to harden a bit more, and then I'll stick the bridge on. What I'll do is I'll peel this off for you now because I don't need this.
Oh my goodness.
So let's slice this through here. Wow. So
So one of the things that I'm a bit concerned about is that I've always played my guitars very hard. I love playing guitars like that. You know, they're tools.
yeah,
But seeing everything that has gone into this instrument and the care and the experience and the years and years of knowledge that have gone into this guitar, I'm a little bit concerned that where I normally pick up a guitar and just have at it, I'm going to be approaching this guitar differently.
well, the sooner you put the first few scratches on, the better. and then you can go, yep, that's mine.
Very
And,
good.
You know, then I want them to be used,
Of course.
and obviously all the people that buy them use them differently, and some people look after them and they're in a manner that they don't get any scratches on. I mean, I'm amazed that I'll see them 20 years later and go, wow, it's still in very, very good nick. And they say, yeah, well, I look after my stuff. I put it back in its box. I play it a couple of hours a day. And then, of course, there's the people that are out gigging all the time around the pubs and clubs. And theirs get a bit more of a battering.
Right.
And they're, you know, some of them are, there's hardly any lacquer left on them, and they're cracks that have been stuck back together, holes that have been filled in. And I prefer that look of something that's been used. Because every, you know, all those splits and cracks and scratches tell a story of its life, don't they? So I want to see them used, and if that means there's a hole in it here because you strummed it so much, which some of them have nearly gone through.
Wow.
Let's get that. There we go. So I'm not going to take that off today because I'll give this another bit of a rub tomorrow.
So if you just pick that guitar up again and just do that. So I'm not hearing things right. That rings differently than any other guitar that I've had.
Okay. Well, that
It sounds like a drum.
It is, yes. You're not to use it as a drum. So then the other bit that's got to go on is the bridge. So here's the bridge. Still needs a bit of sanding down there, but so there's a slot here for the saddle to go in, and 6 little holes. And that has been arched. You remember we made it slightly curved, so we've got that shaped. I don't know whether you can see that with the light.
Yeah. Wow. Right.
So that probably not an exact fit to this yet, but it's, when I take the masking tape off there, I'll just finesse it slightly to make sure it's a snug
so
fit
you'll take a blade through this.
Yeah, peel that off.
Yeah.
That's low tack.
Okay, right. And so this will then be wood on wood.
Yeah, that's
right,
yes. And it'll be the bridge is slightly bigger than that, so I'll probably have to scratch back some of that.
For anyone interested, I'm not having an under saddle pickup in this. I'm having the same one as Mick's got, I think, which sounds superb, which is the K&K Pure Mini.
Which is 3 little blobs.
3 exactly.
Which are over here.
They'll go, under here, right?
Yeah, on the inside.
Yeah.
On the inside of the guitar.
Right.
On the bridge plate.
And so we'd then have to drill a hole.
Yeah, you'll have a hole. Yeah, we drill a hole in the bottom there.
Right.
So
so the fingerboard is getting its first coat of oil.
Yeah. So it'll get a few. A bit more wire wool on it to get the residue of the French polish off. What date are we on now? 15th? No, we're not. We're on the 8th.
No, on the 8th.
On the 8th. Okay. Yeah, I'll have strings on it by next week.
Wow.
And then give me another couple of days and I'll stick the scratch plate on the next Monday, and I just want this to harden off before, because the scratch plate's stuck on with double-sided sticky tape.
Oh really?
So I haven't made that yet. It'll be made out of a bit of walnut. which is light,
Right.
so it doesn't have much effect on the. And you've got a choice of shape. So there's that shape or that shape.
I think I like that one, the smaller one.
You like the smaller one?
I think so, yeah. That's the same as that
So,
one's on
yeah,
there,
yeah,
right?
that's the little teardrop.
I think
Or
so.
this one behind. Oh, that one hasn't got it on yet. Or that one. Those are your two.
Okay. Do I have to have a scratch plate?
You don't have to have a scratch plate. No. Some people go, I don't want a scratch plate, but I do rest my finger on the guitar front.
I
And I
don't.
make them a little oval scratch plate. It's your choice.
I don't know if I want a scratch plate.
You know, this one hasn't got its scratch plate fitted to it yet, because but it depends how much you touch that surface.
But mine's all picks. I rarely will be resting fingers on it. I don't. Oh, it's. Maybe I'm just being silly. I just love the look of that so much that I don't know if having a scratch plate on it just breaks that up too much.
Well, I started putting scratch plates on when I did this oil finish because it's so easy to dent the oil.
Right.
And when they were all fully lacquered, going back, a couple of decades, I never put them on because I couldn't see, I never touched the soundboard.
I tell you what, let's not put it on. And if I ever need a scratch plate, I'll come back.
And then, yeah, because then if you suddenly I'm completely scratched up all that
Area.
just stick the scratch plate on top.
Let's
of
go
it.
without a scratch plate. Let's go without a scratch plate. And it's not just because I'm so keen. I don't want to you spending any more time than absolutely necessary before I get the guitar.
I mean, this one's been strung up for a month or so, maybe 6 weeks, and I haven't touched the soundboard on that, and that's the one that I keep picking up and playing. I haven't made a mark on that yet.
Yeah, no, let's go without it. So when I was gigging with Doug, and I was,
Right.
playing every week, doing the acoustic duo, I think it'd be a different story if that was still the case.
Okay.
But this is like my dream acoustic, and I'm not really doing those gigs anymore.
Okay.
So it would be rare. I might gig with this 2 or 3 times a year.
Okay.
So I'm not going to be hammering it all the time.
You're going to be playing delicate fingerstyle.
No, I'll be going for it. But I just don't think
But
I'm
it
going to
doesn't matter
need.
if you dig holes in it. Does it matter?
No.
It's a tool.
Yeah.
I just make them look pretty to begin with. But,
A big part of it is I'm so blown away with how beautiful it is. I don't want anything on that.
yeah. Well, that used to be my view when I started making guitars. I
Right.
thought, what is the point? But these days, I think it looks nicer with it.
Right.
But that's just,
Okay.
But yeah, looking good.
Mate, it's
Looking
just
And
stunning.
it feels nice. This stuff. That's what I like about it. Feels lovely and creamy,
Yeah.
buttery. So all we need to do, apart from that, is stick the tuners on. Or the machine heads, depending on where you come from.
All right, Johnny. Well, I'm going to see you. I'll see you in a week with
Yeah.
strings on.
With strings on.
Bud,
Hello.
how you doing?
Okay. There it is. One guitar.
Oh my God!
Getting near. See, I've put the 2 outside strings on
Right.
in order to line up your the string spacing at the nut.
Right.
So we've done those, and then spaced out those So these middle ones, so I've been getting a little bit closer here and here. So the ones in the middle aren't correct depth yet.
Right.
So you'll have to watch that bit.
I bring gifts.
Okay, smashing. Okay,
Cheers.
yeah, that's what we're looking for. One of those.
Yeah.
So next. So this is a set of 12s I'm putting on here.
Okay.
Didn't ask you what you wanted.
You guide me, Johnny. You guide
So-
me. These are the first noises the guitar has made, right?
Yeah. Well, apart from these. So I kind of tried to line up that as accurately as possible with
Right.
just by using straight edges and the outside 2 strings as a guide.
Look at that. Ah. Do you hear the high frequency when you're rotating those tuning pegs?
No.
Oh, okay.
What are you hearing? You're
A
hearing
really high frequency, like
when I'm
really.
turning that round.
Yeah.
God, you must have got great hearing. I'm just a deaf guitar player.
How much do you look forward to this moment every time you build a guitar?
Oh yeah, this is the stress time. You know, is it going to work? So yes, it is. It's a therapeutic process making the thing, but
Yes, of
obviously you have a pretty good idea of what's going to happen.
6 strings are on.
6 strings are on.
Oh my god.
We've got them on in the right order.
What order do you put them on?
Well, the right one in the right place.
Oh, okay. Right.
If you're not paying attention, it's quite easy to muddle up the 3rd and 4th if you're talking to people at the same time.
Those people must be so annoying, Johnny.
Yes, yeah. So I'm not going to go full up.
No?
Not to begin. So we'll go down the poor thing. You're just gonna. This
Oh my god.
poor little thing's going to have 11 stone, or whatever that is in pounds, for the Americans. Is it 175 pounds pull on there? So I think it's only kind to do it in stages. These slots need taken down, apart from the outside too. See this little gap? See the gap on the first string? I can bounce that one up and down on there. I'm holding the string down after the second.
Right.
Then here we go on the second string. See, we've miles too high, and the
okay.
third miles too high. Likewise, but over on the bass because I've done those two.
those two.
So they're about where they ought to be, but they'll probably need fiddling with. But let's fit it up. Let's give them a bit of a stretch as well. Getting tighter. Well, it seems to be singing okay.
Oh my god, it really is.
working up here okay? Sounds all right to me. No, I just never learnt to play them properly. So, but I'm a guitar maker.
You are indeed.
See. And I want evenness.
Right.
You know, I want. Which is what this size of guitar, it's easier to get an even response from all the notes. So, oh, very nice, very nice. I always say I'll have one, you know. That's got to get stuck on inside. So, well, let's take the strings off for doing that.
Epic. Le Grand Epiche. So you'll have a play with the nuts, get that down to a point, but you'll let that settle then over the weekend.
Yeah.
Right.
Let it settle down over the weekend, check it's all, you know, that, you know, it's been stressed out for the first time in its life. It might need a tiny shaving off there, perhaps.
Right.
Might need a little tweak on the truss rod, I'd be surprised at this age. But the truss rod, you know, in a year's time, the neck will have pulled up very slightly.
Okay.
And you just need to kind of, I think the truss rod's just completely loose at the moment, so it'll, in a year's time or two, you might go, oh, let's just give
Give
it
it a tweak.
tiny little tweak just to straighten the neck back out. And yeah, on Monday I'll stick the pickup in with its little gadget to align the little bugs up, which is fun because you only get one shot at it. Do you want a strap button on it?
I do. I was
do?
going to ask you about that because I will definitely need a
Well, I'll
strap
stick
button.
one here.
Great.
That's where I'd be inclined to stick it.
Yep.
Right there.
Okay.
Assume I've got some lying around.
Okay, so I guess I will see you on Monday. Do you get a bit sad when they go?
Yeah, that's why I generally keep hold of them for 2 or 3 weeks.
Right, just to play them and
Just to play them and listen to them change over the first fortnight, and then I go, you know, really ought to let the person have it. You know, I need to swap it for some money. But yes, no, I kind of, I do normally keep them for at least a fortnight.
Right.
I do resist ringing people up and letting them know. I just, you know, they're nice things to have around.
Oh yeah.
And just keep. So I kind of, yeah, on the premise of, oh, I'm just letting it settle down. You know, so it's. But as you're fairly local, it's easy if you want to give it a little tweak.
Yeah, sure.
So.
Okay, mate. Well, I'll see you on Monday.
Yeah, okay.
Good morning, Johnny.
Good morning, Dan.
How are we doing?
Well, guitar's all ready,
Oh my
pickups in.
God. Oh man.
I can't remember what else. I stuck a label in, didn't I, and things like that, and just did a little bit more setting up. So
There it is. There it is. Wow.
yeah, cut back the nut slots. So it's all done. Okay, I'll stop. You don't want me.
No, don't stop. It's lovely. Okay, here we are.
Here we are.
Last day.
Last day. Okay, that's like the end of term.
It is indeed, pretty much.
So
So it's all done.
it's all done. It's all yours. As soon as you turn the camera on, I'll start muffing all the notes up. So, anyway, I'm a guitar maker, not a player, as I always say, which is my big excuse. So, guitar's done, and yeah. Thank you all for watching. If you've made it this far, how many hours have you done, Dan?
So I edited last night. So far, I haven't played it yet. I'm going to take it from here and go to Froome and film playing it and give my thoughts and stuff on it.
Right.
But up to this point, it's 4 hours and 40 minutes long so
Okay.
far. That's edited
Yes.
as tight as I can get it.
Okay.
So I think what we'll do is we'll do like 5 different
Yeah.
shows.
Okay.
We'll do a what do they call it? The Disney Plus special.
Okay. I don't have that channel personally, but yeah, no, it's been fun.
It has
It's been fun.
Well, it's been amazing. So
And-
one thing that I found when I was editing the video is that there's so much stuff I just couldn't leave out,
Okay.
because as a guitar player, it is fascinating to know what goes into making a guitar, and there's so much stuff.
Yeah. Well, there is a lot of stuff. There's a lot of processes. There's a lot of little bits stuck together. I don't know how many bits there are. I've never counted them all, but it's a long, slow process doing
Yeah.
it the way I do it. I'm sure people can make a guitar in a factory in a few hours, but if you're doing it by hand, this is an illustration of how I do it.
Right.
And I'm sure lots of other guitar makers around the world do it differently to me.
Right.
But I'm very much doing it by, with as many hand tools as I can, just because that's the way I personally like to do it. It's not kind of any other reason than that.
Right.
I suppose I'm trying to make the best guitar I can make, so I like doing it like that, and a lot of it's very slow, letting things settle before sticking the next bit on, rather than
Rushing it through.
seeing if you can make one in a day. So
Right.
it's a different sort of kettle of fish, really.
Do you find that because that process is so involved and you let the wood settle, that you get a more consistent result?
I think so, yeah. And
Right.
plus you're trying to get a result that is going to be able to go round the world and back
Right.
and not bend too much, which is
Right.
another, it's a big issue, that, so the slower you make it, the more chance, and the more settling down, the better you've got the chance of it staying straight and square,
Okay.
which, for one's reputation, that's very important.
Sure.
So I do like to see the guitars that have gone around the world on tour with people, and
Right.
you go, okay, it's all in one piece, and next stayed straight, and okay, you've worn the frets and things and worn nuts and saddles, but nothing's bent out of proportion.
Right.
So that slowness was really beneficial to that. So
Amazing. Well, yeah, like I said, I'm going to take the guitar from here. We'll head out to Froome and I'll play a bit. But thank you so much. It's been something I've wanted to do for such a long time, and
well,
I'm blown away. I'm so honoured to finally have one of your guitars.
good. Well, I've enjoyed the process.
Good.
It's been great, and a big thank you to Dan. He's been coming in here on a weekly basis for the last probably 2.5 months.
Yeah.
I should think, and now he's the amount of time you've put in on editing.
That's.
Must be hours and hours and hours.
But the thing is, I've enjoyed the whole thing so much.
Right.
So, there are times when you're editing a video and it's like, wow, this is hard work.
Right.
But seriously, it's been editing and putting it all together has been fascinating. It has not been arduous at all.
Yeah.
And of course, I've had this to look forward to at the end of it as well.
Yes,
so it's been
yeah.
it's getting closer. It's getting closer.
Yeah. Well, I've enjoyed showing everybody the process, and I like to share what I'm doing
Sure.
with people. important, I think, and hopefully it will have inspired a few young
Luthiers.
guitar makers, luthiers, whatever you want to call them. You know, people. You know, I got fascinated by guitar when I was 11 years old.
Wow.
So started trying to play them and fiddled with them to make them easier to play.
Right.
So I've been doing it a long time, and you know, something must have sparked my interest.
Sure.
I think it was the Beatles.
They're responsible for so many things.
Yeah, so I just like that twangy noise, you know, that the guitar made, and went, I want some of that. So,
Excellent.
but and I hope, you know, I hope people have learnt a bit, and you know, anybody that's in, you know, starting out guitar making will learn something from the process, although we haven't. It's not been an instructional video. Do this, do that, do that. There's lots of books out there on that. There's even one that I wrote that you
Indeed.
published by Hal Leonard, which you can get in all good bookshops.
I'll stick a link to it in the
Or,
description.
You know, the big bookshop. They'll
Right.
always have copies of it.
Big bookshop in the sky.
And you know, read all the books you can read on it. And
Yeah.
if anybody's thinking of getting into it, because you'll pick up different ways of doing things from different makers, and then you can decide. You know, that's the
That's
way
why
I
you like
like to
it.
do it. I like to do it that way. You know,
Because so much of it is personal choice.
it is
right?
personal choice,
Yeah.
you know. And I've stuck the neck on the body here with a traditional dovetail joint system, whereas you know, there's many guitars these days of using bolt-on systems, or you know, it's yeah. So you just got to sort of choose how you want to do it yourself, you know, and get on and do that. So it's but yeah, sharing the guitar making process is you know, it's important, which is why I did the book. And you know, there isn't room in here to have 100 apprentices,
Sure.
so just passing on the knowledge is important
Indeed.
to me.
Well, I mean, thank you so much for what you do. It's it truly is remarkable, and you've lived a life in building these things.
I mean, I've enjoyed every minute of it, which is it's my playroom. You know, my wife always says, you know, I'm so eager to go back to work after Christmas, you know, on a Monday, but she doesn't know anybody that's ever wants to go back to work, you know, any Monday morning. He's gagging to get out the house and go to work. So,
That's amazing.
So I think it's important to follow your passion in life.
Indeed.
So, you know,
Amazing.
I have, you know, managed to do that. It's been a struggle financially all the way through, but that's the way guitar making is.
Sure.
You're not going to make any money out of it, but you have fun. So,
Indeed.
so.
Brilliant, mate. Thank you so much. I shall take this back and.
Okay, well, this is the reward is seeing a smile on the customer's face at the end of it all. You see, so yeah.
Look at that. Oh, it's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. Okay. Thank you, Johnny.
Okay, let me look at my notes and see if there's anything I've missed out. No, that's more or less. Yeah.
I love that you made notes.
Yeah.
You're so much more professional than I am.
Well, I'm terrible at remembering things. So, yeah, hope you've all enjoyed this glimpse into Guitar Maker's world. So,
Brilliant. Thank you, bud. Really appreciate it.
great.
Okay, let's head to Frome.
Okay,
Shut the lid.
here we go. So, hope it fits. There we go. That's the Hiscox case. Fresh out of the factory.
So this is it. This is the first bit of playing I will do with this guitar. Let's dive in and see what she sounds like. Well, it has definitely been a journey. I mean, what can I say? I'm beyond blown away. I'm perhaps still a little bit apprehensive about playing it because it as an instrument, it means so much to me. It's fresh out of the box. I'm still learning my way around it. I think the best way to describe this experience, I mean, Mick and I talk about this all the time, you know, plugging into a really dynamic amplifier with headroom and suddenly you hear everything. It's the same experience with this guitar. I can hear everything on this. I can hear all my mistakes, but I can also hear harmonics and the evenness of the tone, and it is really the most extraordinary thing. I'm completely blown away. Michael.
In my headphones, the harmonics are crazy.
Right, and you feel that it's exactly the same thing here, and it means that you can play a note and just let it ring. I'm not trying to push anything else out of this guitar. It is just extraordinary.
I've heard a lot of acoustic guitars in my time. That is absolutely up there. It sounds astonishing. It's alive. It's balanced. Harmonics in my cans while I'm filming this are like, oh yeah. Oh,
It's
yeah.
all there.
Sustain.
Yeah, yeah.
It's all folding into each other. It's astonishing. I can't wait for you to hear the audio.
So there we go. If you've made it this far, I've small round of congratulations to you, because this video has been epic. But I didn't want to try and take shortcuts and give you, you know, Jonny's greatest hits. You know, the whole time I'm editing this video, it's just beyond fascinating. So I wanted you to have the, you know, access to the as much as possible. Cool. So yeah, so there you go. Thanks so much for watching. I pray one day you get to experience a really amazing handmade acoustic, you know, because it really is something extraordinary. Brilliant. Thank you so much. Have a fantastic day, and we'll see you soon. Bye.